Chapter 34-32. So it was a double breakthrough. Thinking of this, Lin Yi also calmed down, allowing the energy around him to flow into his body. At this moment, Lin Yi's body was like a magnet, constantly absorbing the energy around him, and the energy in Lin Yi's body was increasing. Gradually, Lin Yi felt that his body could no longer withstand the huge amount of energy, and then his whole body exploded like a firecracker. With a loud bang, the clothes on his body instantly turned into charred pieces, flying in all directions. Breakthrough. Lin Yi did not expect that he would advance to the Art of Dragon Mastery's third stage in such a short time. It seemed like there was not much time left until the second stage of the Art of Dragon Mastery was completed, right? However, a breakthrough was a good thing, but the problem that troubled Lin Yi was, when could he open the fourth stone door? In the past, Lin Yi's mental cultivation method had not reached this level, so he did not think too much about it. After all, it was useless to think about things that had not been achieved yet. But now that the mental cultivation method had broken through to the Art of Dragon Mastery, it meant that he could cultivate the fourth stage of the Art of Dragon Mastery. If he had the fourth stage, other than speeding up the speed of cultivation, healing, and recovery of his physical strength, what other benefits would it bring? And what kind of benefits would there be in the fourth stone door? Something like an all-purpose martial technique, jade pendant refining, or divine weapon forging. Lin Yi was very much looking forward to it. However, it was useless to look forward to it. Currently, the prerequisite to open the fourth stone door was not only to break through to the Art of Dragon Mastery's third stage of the Art of Dragon Mastery, but also to hit the stone door with a divine weapon. Now, Lin Yi had the strength, but the divine weapon had not been forged yet. The only thing that comforted Lin Yi was that the refining materials were ready, and he only lacked the blood of the five evils dragon. This was more difficult to get, unless he entered the five evils savage land again. However, even if Lin Yi wanted to go in, the Heavenly Elixir sect would not let him in, and whether he could enter was a problem. It seemed that he should find a chance to ask Kong Ming Ming. Over here, the four fire wolf war gods were dead. Dr. Benjamin Tu and Qiu Shanlong were still anxiously waiting for their news. Previously, they had made a report. After going to the Song family to demonstrate, they gave the Song family time to consider. Today, they would go to the Song family again. However, they had waited for a long time. According to the time in Huaxia, it should be midnight now. How come there was no news of the four people? Qiu Shanlong, why there is still no news of the four fire wolf war? Will there be any accidents and complications? Dr. Benjamin Tu asked with some worry. It is reasonable to say that there should not be any problems. After all, they are all experts at the peak of the late stage of heaven stage. Looking at the current cultivation world, they are also the strongest existence. Not to mention a mere Song family, even those ancient sects would find it difficult to compete with the four of them unless they unite, right? Qiu Shanlong shook his head and said. This is true. After listening, Dr. Benjamin Tu said, although the reason is reasonable, I still feel uneasy. The rules of the center are strict. After these four people capture the people, they will definitely contact us immediately. I'll make another call and see. After listening to Dr. Benjamin Tu, Qiu Shanlong picked up the phone again and dialed the number of the Fire Wolf War God number 5. However, after the phone was picked up, no one answered. Before the Fire Wolf War God number 5 brought people to the Song family, he didn't take the phone at all. He just left it in the hotel. He was an expert trained by the center. Usually, he didn't use a mobile phone, so it was normal not to bring it when he went out. Qiu Shanlong hung up twice, but still no one answered. This made him frown. Doctor, no one is answering the phone, I know. Let's wait a little longer. If it doesn't work, we can only report to Master's wife, Miss Lon, said Dr. Benjamin Tu. However, the two of them waited for another 2 hours. Even if the Fire Wolf War God number 5 brought people from the hotel to the Song family and back, there was still no news. This couldn't help but make the two of them panic at the same time. There's still no answer. Doctor, let's report this. This time, even Qiu Shanlong, who had always been calm, realized that something was wrong. Something big was going to happen. There's an 80% chance that something is wrong. Okay. Dr. Benjamin Tu directly dialed Miss Lan's phone. At this moment, Miss Lan was also waiting for news from Dr. Benjamin Tu. Song Lingrui was a very important research subject for the center. Dr. Benjamin Tu, how is it? Have you brought Song Lingrui back? Asked Miss Lan. Miss Lan, Master's wife, there is no news from the Fire Wolf War Gods. Qiu Shanlong called them, but no one answered. It was as if they suddenly disappeared. Said Dr. Benjamin Tu. What? Miss Lan was shocked after hearing it. What happened? 4 peak late stage great perfection masters couldn't take Song Lingrui away. Instead, she disappeared. I suspect that something happened. With the strength of the Song family, it is impossible to kill 4 of us Fire Wolf War Gods. Dr. Benjamin Tu said, if they had this strength, they would have made a move the first time they went to the Song family. They wouldn't have that helpless expression. I suspect that someone intervened to help, or it has nothing to do with the Song family. They encountered other troubles. I know. I will let someone investigate. Miss Lan was a person who did great things. After a short period of absent-mindedness, she calmed down. You don't have to worry about this matter. Concentrate on studying the 1st and 2nd grade automatic medicine cauldrons. Okay, I got it. Dr. Benjamin Tu agreed. Miss Lan had sent someone to deliver the 1st and 2nd grade automatic medicine cauldrons today, but Dr. Benjamin Tu had not poured out the time to study them yet. After hanging up the phone, Miss Lan couldn't sit still. She left her room and quickly went to Ancestor Xianchen. Miss Lan, why did you suddenly visit so late? Ancestor Xianchen looked at Miss Lan strangely and asked. There is something that I want to trouble Mr. Xianchen for. Miss Lan said straightforwardly, in the Chinese cultivation world, there should be nothing that can be hidden from the 5-element sect, right? Chapter 34-33. It's like this. On my side, 4 experts came here to do some work, but they suddenly lost contact. Miss Lan said. 4 experts. What kind of experts are they? When did this happen? Ancestor Xianchen was slightly stunned. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Miss Lan to bring people over. What level of expert was this expert? 4 peak late heaven stage great perfection experts. This afternoon, after they went to do some work, we lost contact with the people at my headquarters. We can't contact them now. Miss Lan didn't hide it now. After all, if she didn't give these details to Ancestor Xianchen, where would he go to find them? What? 4 peak late heaven stage great perfection experts? This time, Ancestor Xianchen was completely shocked. He didn't expect the center to have such a foundation and strength. They could actually send 4 peak late heaven stage great perfection experts. Previously, he thought that they only had some research in technology and biohuman modification. He didn't expect that there were still hidden experts. Even Ancestor Xianchen didn't know about these experts, let alone others. However, after his shock, he still asked, where did they go? What did they do? Miss Lan, don't worry. With the strength of the 4 of them, they are almost invincible on our side. Except for our 5-element sect, no one can make them stay. Ancestor Xianchen didn't blame Miss Lan for not mentioning this matter in advance. Although the 5-element sect was from the Central Plains of China, it didn't mean that the cultivators in the Central Plains needed to be under the jurisdiction of the 5-element sect. Moreover, Patriarch Xianchen and Miss Lan happened to be in a cooperative relationship. It was only reasonable that Patriarch Xianchen had to help resolve this matter. This is what happened. Miss Lan didn't hide too much. She started from the Devil's Trial. A guest elder of the Overseas Cultivators Association snatched their center's inheritance. They waited until the guest elder returned to the Central Plains of China before they made a move, Overseas Cultivators Association. After Patriarch Xianchen heard this, although he felt that Miss Lan was a little unhappy with his younger brother's subordinate, he was just a guest elder after all, so he let it go. Moreover, this person had already returned and did not have much of a relationship with the Overseas Cultivators Association. Does that guest elder have some backing in the Central Plains? According to the investigation, there is no such thing. Miss Lan said, the guest elder's real name is Song Lingrui. She is a member of the secular Song family. How can such a family have any backers? What? When Patriarch Xianchen heard the names of Song Lingrui and the secular Song family, he was shocked. He slammed the table and stood up. Miss Lan, what did you say? This Song Lingrui is from the secular Song family. That's right. Mr. Xianchen, what's with your expression? Miss Lan looked strangely at the extremely shocked Patriarch Xianchen. In her opinion, Patriarch Xianchen had always been a very calm person. It was rare for him to reveal such a shocking expression. Could it be that the Song family, a secular family, has an ancient backer? Why would they be willing to stay in a secular family? Although the Song family is only a secular family and they do not have an ancient backer, they have an even more powerful backer. Even I have a headache dealing with this person. Patriarch Xianchen smiled bitterly and said, actually, Miss Lan, you should have heard that this person is Lin Yi. What? Lin Yi? Miss Lan was stunned and immediately frowned. This Lin Yi can actually kill 4 experts at the peak of the late stage of Heaven stage. That's impossible, right? According to common sense, it is indeed impossible. However, I'm afraid that he has invited some mysterious help, such as the Bubbly clan. My disciple, Xiao Yi, was killed by the Bubbly clan under Lin Yi's orders. Patriarch Xianchen said helplessly, if the Bubbly clan intervenes, it is really possible. Miss Lan's expression changed again and again. Finally, she said, then, Mr. Xianchen, do you have any ideas? In my opinion, the most important thing is to first investigate whether this matter has anything to do with Lin Yi. If there is, what kind of relationship? Who did Lin Yi invite to do it? Patriarch Xianchen thought about it and said, the key problem is to carefully find out whether these 4 people are still alive and whether they have died. Okay, I'll have to trouble Mr. Xianchen with this matter. As for the 1st and 2nd grade automatic medicinal cauldrons, I will ask Dr. Benjamin Tu to hurry up and develop them. As soon as possible. Miss Lan said. Patriarch Xianchen nodded and then shouted to the door, waiter, come here for a moment. Yes. Soon, the waiter's voice was heard, and then the waiter walked into Patriarch Xianchen's room. Master, are you looking for me? How about this, you bring Kong Mingming and quickly go to Yanjing City to investigate something. It's like this. Patriarch Xianchen told him about the disappearance of Miss Lan's 4 people in the secular Song house and then said, you have to be careful about this matter. Listen to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming is a smart child. If there is really a strong enemy there, such as the Bubbly clan, you don't have to prove that there is a conflict, understand? How about this, let Zhao Guanyin, Mian Huachuan, and Zhao Qibing follow and protect Kong Mingming. Your son-in-law's strength is lower, don't lose out. Miss Lan thought about it and said, after all, he is working for our center. Oh. If that's the case, thank you, Miss Lan. Patriarch Xianchen was overjoyed. Originally, he was going to let Kong Mingming bring the 3 masters from House Xiao to the Heaven class trial, but he didn't tell Miss Lan. He didn't know if Miss Lan would agree. But now, before he could say anything, Miss Lon had already brought it up. This made Patriarch Xianchen very happy. When the time came for the trial, Kong Mingming would bring the three of them to participate in the trial. That would be a matter of course. There's no need to thank me. I hope you can find out the whereabouts of the 4 people from our center as soon as possible. Miss Lon waved her hand. The 3 masters from House Xiao were just modified test subjects. They weren't particularly important to her. Moreover, these 4 masters had their own flaws. The center didn't care too much. Then I'll go rest first and wait for Mr. Xuanchen's news. Miss Lon, don't worry. Once there is news, I will inform you immediately, Patriarch Xianchen nodded and said. Chapter 34-34. Kong Mingming thought that he was pretty awesome when he brought 3 top masters with him in Xiao. He never thought that he would be this awesome one day. I, Kong Mingming, am the smartest and most adaptable person. Lin Yi, it's your bad luck to meet me. A trash like Xiao Qibing is only worthy of being my follower, only I can be your opponent. I, Kong Mingming, am the strongest. Xiao Qibing was actually a little depressed. He was once the heir of a great hidden house, and Kong Mingming was just a playboy who wasn't even from a noble house. There was no comparison between them, but now, he had become Kong Mingming's follower. He had no choice, he had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. Who asked Kong Mingming to be the son-in-law of the 5-element sex Xianchen elder? As for the 3 of them, although they were sky-class late-phase peak, they were stronger than Kong Mingming, but it depended on who gave them this strength. The 5-element sect and the center had their lifeblood in their hands. Although their strength was there, if they didn't inject the medicine regularly, they would be no different from a normal person. They might not even be as strong as they were before, so if they wanted to maintain their power as top masters, they could only be the dogs of the 5-element sect. But even so, a dog with a home was better than a stray dog. At least, they felt that if they saw Lin Yi again, it would be Lin Yi's death. Second brother, let's go to the secular house Kong first. Kong Mingming wanted to show his strength to the secular house Kong. It would also let them feel that they were doing quite well now. No problem. Whatever junior brother Kong says, we'll go with it. It was all led by junior brother Kong. The waiter quickly nodded and said. His qualifications were not as good as Little Yi's. Perhaps Little Yi and Kong Mingming had come together, so naturally, the 2 of them would discuss things. But now, it was completely Kong Mingming who was in charge. Kong Mingming nodded with satisfaction. This time, Kong Xiaoming's return home could be said to be a triumphant return. He had brought so many top-notch experts to the Kong family's doorstep. The current Kong family was still a relatively independent existence. It wasn't considered a worldly family, but its status had already surpassed worldly families. It could even be considered a hidden family. Because everyone in the cultivation world knew that the Kong family had an 8th elder of the Heavenly Elixir sect. Those who were slightly better informed also knew that Kong Mingming was the son-in-law of Patriarch Xianchen. Therefore, who dared to provoke the Kong family? Of course, no one dared to provoke the Kong family. In fact, the Kong family was not doing very well. Because they didn't dare to provoke others. Those worldly families and most of the hidden families were Lin Yi's people. Lin Yi was someone that even Kong Mingming had a headache with. How could the Kong family dare to provoke him? Therefore, the Kong family could only get some small benefits, but they couldn't get any big benefits. With the assistance of the Heavenly Elixir sect, they could do some small business, but their business was also blocked by the automatic medicine cauldrons. Xiao Ming, what are you doing? Zhao Long was now the young master of the Kong family. He heard from the servants that Kong Mingming had returned and quickly ran out to welcome him. However, there were a few peak late-phase sky-class masters standing outside. So Zhao Long was a little scared. He had already practiced the arts Kong Ming Ming had given him, and had stepped into the cultivation world. However, his strength wasn't great, but it didn't stop him from feeling the strength of other practitioners. Let me introduce you. These three used to be masters of House Zhao, and now they're my subordinates. They're peak late phase sky class masters. Kong Ming Ming pointed at Zhao Qibing and the others. Ah! Xiaolong was shocked. These three were peak late phase sky class masters? But his brother's strength hadn't changed yet. How could he control so many masters? They weren't from the Five Elements sect, but House Zhao. This was a little strange. Greetings, young Master Kong. Zhao Qibing, Zhao Guanyin, and Mian Huachuan quickly cupped their fists. The three of them understood the situation. Xiaolong might be weak, but he was still Little Eleven's brother-in-law, which meant that he was his brother-in-law. How could they not respect him? Oh. Xiaolong was even more shocked as he nodded. This is my second senior brother. He's also at the peak of sky class late phase. Kong Xiaoming introduced. Young Master Kong, I'll call you Brother Kong then, Little Heir said humbly and passionately. This. Xiaolong didn't know what to say. Xiaoming, tell your brother, why are you so strong now? Actually, father-in-law sent me here this time to investigate something. This matter most likely has something to do with Lin Yi, so I brought these masters with me. If possible, I want to kill him while I'm at it. Xiaoming said faintly. Ah. That's great. Xiaolong quickly said, are you going to kill Lin Yi? Xiaoming, do you know how much I hate this Lin Yi? My own fiancé is sleeping with him all day long. Your brother is going to die of sullenness every day. Although people talk about House Kong because you're the son-in-law of Elder Xianqin and the 8th elder of Sky Elixir sect, they'll look up to me in House Kong, but no one knows what they say behind our backs. Our family is so strong, but we're not as strong as that lone practitioner Lin Yi. It's really... Sigh, it's a long story. Brother, don't worry, I couldn't solve this before, but this time, as long as it's related to Lin Yi, he'll die for sure. Kong Ming Ming said heroically. Ugh, what if it's not related? Xiaolong quickly asked. It's not related, I'll just make up a relationship and make him related. Don't worry, brother, I want him dead more than you do. Wahahaha. Kong Ming Ming laughed arrogantly, but he had 4 peak late phase sky class masters with him. He felt that killing Lin Yi was a piece of cake. It didn't take much effort at all. The most important thing now was to investigate if the Bubbly clan was still here. Kong Ming Ming subconsciously thought that the Bubbly clan had helped Lin Yi in House Song. Otherwise, with Lin Yi's strength, killing 4 peak late phase sky class masters was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Kong Ming Ming didn't believe it at all. Chapter 34-35. Second update. Asking for votes. Don't worry, big bro, I know you've been brooding over this. You've lost face, and that means I, Kong Ming Ming, have lost face as well. I'll definitely get rid of Lin Yi for you. Kong Ming Ming said with a pat on his chest. Now, you can go get that bitch Xinyan and wait for my good news. Ugh. Forget it, I'll wait for Lin Yi to die first. Xiaolong didn't dare do that. After all, everything would be fine if Lin Yi died, but what if he didn't? Then he'd capture Xinyan first, and if Kong Ming Ming couldn't handle it, then he'd be in big trouble. Lin Yi wouldn't kill him, or at least cripple him. Even if he didn't do anything to Xinyan and only captured her, he wouldn't be able to recover. Alright then, just wait for my good news. Kong Ming Ming could see that his big brother was a coward, but he didn't say anything. After all, he and Xiaolong were just the pot calling the kettle black. If it weren't for these masters backing him up, he really wouldn't dare go after Lin Yi alone. It'd be too dangerous. That night, House Kang's mansion was decorated with lanterns and streamers to celebrate Kong Ming Ming's return. It lasted until 1 in the morning before everyone went to sleep. If it weren't for the fact that Kong Ming Ming had to go to Yanjing to investigate, they'd probably stay up all night. After all, Kong Ming Ming was just too strong. He had 4 sky-class masters with him, peak late phase peak. Even an ancient noble house couldn't compare. The next morning, Kong Ming Ming brought the 3 masters from House Xiao and Xiao to Yanjing. Kong Xiaoming didn't go find trouble with House Song directly. Instead, he stayed nearby and slowly observed. He wanted to see if the members of the Bubbly clan were nearby. He had been to the Bubbly clan before, so he was quite familiar with the appearance of the people of the Bubbly clan. He could tell the difference at a glance, so if these people were nearby, they wouldn't be able to escape from Kong Ming Ming's eyes. Junior brother Kong, there haven't been any outsiders coming to the Song family these past few days. After 2 days of surveillance, there were no outsiders in the Song family. Only a few disciples of the Song family came and went, obviously to buy things. Little waiter asked doubtfully. Kong Ming Ming nodded and said, "Yes, I don't think so. Even if they come to the Song family, it's impossible for them to not go out. It's not interesting for them to stay at home. If they don't walk around, I'm afraid they will go back." "What should we do next?" Little Fool asked. "Let's wait for a while. Let's make sure there's no one else in the Song family." Kong Ming Ming was arrogant this time, but he was still very careful. "All right. There's no harm in being careful." Little Fool agreed with Kong Ming Ming's point of view. That afternoon, Kong Ming Ming saw Lin Yi and Ling Shan leave the Song family together. It was like he had discovered a new continent. Lin Yi is in the Song family. Kong Ming Ming was overjoyed. If the Bubbly clan is in the Song family, then there's no way Lin Yi didn't bring them out. It seems like the Bubbly clan isn't in the Song family anymore. I'll go test Lin Yi. Aw. Junior brother Kong, you want to go yourself? Little Fool was shocked. There won't be any danger, right? Of course not. I'll just pretend to meet him and ask him a few questions. He can't do anything to me. Kong Ming Ming said. I know Lin Yi. He won't go against the 5 Elements school. Besides, he needs me to concoct pills for him. Alright, be careful then. Little Fool saw that Kong Ming Ming had made up his mind. He didn't say anything else. In actuality, Lin Yi was going shopping with Ling Shan today. Ling Shan wanted Lin Yi to go out with her. After all, Lin Yi couldn't stay in the Song family forever. Lin Yi had to go back. Yushu was about to go to Flaming Mountain, and Lin Yi promised to send her there. So Lin Yi had to go back as well. Ling Shan, on the other hand, wanted to find the feeling of love. Her relationship with Lin Yi was a bit of a bumpy one. She chased him a lot, and although Lin Yi accepted her, she always felt that her relationship with Lin Yi was far worse than Meng Yao, Yushu, Xinyan, Tang Yun, and Xiao Xiao. She wasn't even as good as Sun Jingyi. So Ling Shan wanted to improve her relationship with Lin Yi. It was rare for Ling Shan to make a request like this, and naturally, Lin Yi agreed. In fact, Ling Shan wasn't the type of girl who liked shopping. She came out this time just for the feeling. In other words, she didn't care what she bought, but who she went shopping with. The two walked aimlessly on the street. There was a dazzling array of goods, but Ling Shan didn't pay much attention to it. She just walked with Lin Yi, talking about the interesting things that happened when they first met in Songshan. It was only a year, but it felt like a long time. The two couldn't help but sigh when they talked about it. As they walked, a person came towards them. Lin Yi paused, and so did Ling Shan. They hadn't seen this person for a long time. Ha, isn't this Lin Yi, boss? What a coincidence, what are you doing here? Kong Xiaoming was surprised to see Lin Yi and ran over to greet him. Kong Mingming. Aren't you at the Sky Elixir School and Five Elements School? What are you doing here? Lin Yi didn't know why Kong Mingming was here, but this guy was always up to no good no matter where he went. Oh, I'm just going home to act cool, and then I came to Yanjing to look for some connections and do some business. Kong Xiaoming shrugged. I'm a member of the Five Elements sect and Sky Elixir sect now. I'm so powerful, but my family isn't doing so well. The elixir business has been affected by your cauldron, so I can't do it anymore. I have a lot of stock. I can only contact the auction house and sell those elixirs to the common world. Oh, is that so? Lin Yi listened to Kong Mingming's words, and it seemed to be the case. But this guy didn't seem like someone who would tell the truth no matter how he looked at it. But this didn't have much to do with Lin Yi, and so Lin Yi only said, "Where are my pills? When are you giving them to me? I'm already Sky Class mid-phase peak, and if you don't give them to me, I'll be at max level soon. There's no use for them even if I eat them. You can only admire them yourself." Ugh. You leveled up again. Kong Mingming paused. He didn't expect Lin Yi to have leveled up again. He was now a Sky Class mid-phase peak. Stop the bullshit, when are you giving me the pills? Lin Yi asked. Chapter 34-36. The first update, asking for votes. Forget it, I still have things to do. You can go by yourself. Lin Yi waved his hand. Hey, by the way, can you take me to see the people from the Bubbly clan? Kong Mingming suddenly said. Bubble Leaf clan. What are you going to do? Lin Yi was stunned. He didn't understand what Kong Mingming was talking about. Oh, it's like this. Little First's body is gone. I want to find it. I think only the Bubbly clan knows about this. I want to ask, didn't they come here a while ago? Kong Mingming asked. You're here. Lin Yi frowned and asked calmly. Yes, I heard that they came to the Song family to help drive away some foreign masters. Kong Mingming said. Oh. Lin Yi's mind raced as he tried to figure out what Kong Xiaoming meant. How did Kong Mingming know that someone from the Song family was here to cause trouble? Moreover, it was an external expert. What did he mean by inquiring about the Bubbly clan? Could it be that he has some relationship with those foreign experts? Or perhaps he thinks that I invited the Bubbly clan to kill those experts from the outside world. Thinking about it, this was the only possibility. Oh. Did you see them? Kong Mingming asked anxiously. He didn't know what Lin Yi meant by, oh. What does that have to do with you? Lin Yi asked. Didn't I say it already? I want to find little one's corpse. I suspect they've hidden it. Kong Mingming said with a bitter face, after all, I was the one who lost the corpse. Father-in-law Xianchen asked me to do it. Is a corpse that important? Lin Yi was puzzled. It's not important, but we have to figure out where the corpse went. Kong Mingming said, Great God Lin Yi, your master is ancestor profound heaven, so I won't hide it from you. Do you know that the disciples of the Five Elements sect have sold jade plates? I've heard of it, but I don't really know, Lin Yi said. It's like this. If a disciple of the Five Elements school dies outside, his soul jade plate will also shatter accordingly. However, little Yi's jade plate is only cracked, but not broken. Moreover, his corpse is gone, so we are not sure whether he is dead or alive. Therefore, I have to find out the truth. Kong Mingming explained. Lin Yi's heart turned cold. So, Ancestor Xianchen has already seen the problem. Little one had been transformed into a puppet doppelganger, so it was either dead or alive. No wonder the soul jade tablet was only cracked and didn't shatter. Then you can go to the Hakonamata desert. They have already gone back. Lin Yi said, although I have a friendship with them, they can't accompany me all the time, right? I still have my own things to do. I see. Kong Mingming's face was a little disappointed, but he was happy in his heart. Then forget it. It's too far away. I can't afford to go there again. By the way, do you live in the secular song family? Yes, what's the problem? Lin Yi nodded. Nothing. Is there anyone else? Can I live there? Kong Mingming asked. There's also Ling Shan's sister, Ling Rui, and her second grandfather. We're all annoyed that you can't live there. Lin Yi told the truth. Since Kong Mingming knew that there were foreign masters looking for trouble with the Song family, how could he not know about Song Ling Rui and Song Xianghua? Then forget it. I'll be leaving first. Kong Mingming nodded and waved at Lin Yi. Don't forget my pill. Lin Yi reminded. If he had another chi gathering pill now, then Lin Yi would be able to break through to Sky Class late phase. I won't. I'll give it to you next time. With that, Kong Mingming left. After Kong Mingming left, Ling Shan said, Lin Yi, I feel like there's something wrong with this Kong Mingming. My professional instincts tell me that he's hiding something, I can see that. But who knows what he's thinking? Anyway, be careful when you go back. This guy probably doesn't come with good intentions. Lin Yi nodded. Because of this incident with Kong Mingming, Lin Yi and Ling Shan didn't have the mood to shop anymore. They went back to House Song. At the Song family's dinner, Lin Yi told Song Xianghua about his encounter with Kong Mingming. Song Lingrui and Song Xianghua didn't know who Kong Mingming was, but Lin Yi explained his identity to them. That's weird. This Kong Ming is an elder of the Sky Elixir sect and the son-in-law of the Five Elements sect. Why would he come all the way here to meddle in this? Song Lingrui found it strange as well. He even found out that there's a foreign master coming here to attack us. I'm curious too. I keep feeling that the foreign master seems to have some connection with Kong Mingming. As for what connection, I'm not sure yet. Lin Yi shook his head. Forget it. We'll deal with it when it comes. Song Lingrui waved her hand and said indifferently, although the Five Elements sect is strong, after brother-in-law killed a few of their masters, there's no one left. Even if their Xianchen elder is very strong, if he comes personally, it'll be easy for me and second grandpa, brother-in-law, and that helper to destroy them. It's always good to be careful. Rui, don't be arrogant. Ling Shan frowned and reminded her. She realized that Song Ling Rui was a little overconfident now. She relied too much on and believed in Lin Yi's strength. Alright, what you said makes sense. It's good to be careful. However, with the Five Elements sect strength, even if Xianchen comes, we still have the confidence to fight them. Lin Yi nodded. Brother-in-law is still the best. Song Lingrui looked at Ling Shan proudly. Ling Shan shook her head helplessly. There was nothing she could do. The family finished dinner together and was about to go back to rest when suddenly, they heard a loud shout coming from the Song house's door. Song family, listen up. The Five Elements sect's messenger has arrived. Please come out and welcome him. The voice was very abrupt, and it shocked everyone present. However, when they heard the words Five Elements sect's messenger, their faces showed a look of understanding. Just when they were talking about Kong Mingming, Kong Ming came. Speak of the devil and he will come. However, this voice was not Kong Mingming's. Let's go and have a look. Lin Yi unknowingly became the backbone of the Song family. Lin Yi saw that Song Xiangwen and Song Xianghua were looking at him, so he nodded and stood up first. Chapter 34-37. Second watch, asking for votes. They weren't as nervous as they were the first time the fire wolves came. With Lin Yi here, they had more confidence. Song Lingrui was even more excited, as if there was going to be a good show. House Song, under Lin Yi's lead, arrived at the gate. Lin Yi saw Kong Ming, a stranger, and 3 acquaintances standing beside them. Lin Yi hadn't seen this stranger before, but judging from his clothes, he should be a disciple of 5 Element sect. Lin Yi wondered what his rank was. The other 3 acquaintances, however, made Lin Yi frown. They were from House Zhao. Zhao Qibing, Zhao Guanyin, and Mian Huachuan. Why were the 3 of them here? Kong Ming, you came to talk to me in the day, and now you've brought people here at night. Are you here to destroy me in House Song? Lin Yi looked at Kong Ming and said coldly. Ha, Lin Yi, are you still not going to make a move? Kong Xiaoming laughed and said, the reason why I came here is that the 5 Element sect and the Fire Wolves gang have started a full cooperation. Those 4 people were from the Fire Wolves gang. They were killed by the people you hired to flirt with the Li clan. How could we let you go? This time, not only you, but House Song will be finished, and we'll take that Song Lingrui with us. Now, you can't call for help, and without the Fire Wolves, what will you do? Are you done? Lin Yi looked at Kong Ming indifferently. You're that confident that you can destroy me? Of course, do you see? This is my 2nd senior brother, a Sky Class Late Phase Peak Full Circle Master. Kong Ming pointed at the waiter beside him. If you think that he's the only Sky Class Late Phase Peak Full Circle Master, then you're wrong. There's more. There's more. Lin Yi frowned and turned to look at the 3 masters from House Zhao. They were the only ones present, and there was no one else. Kong Xiaoming said that there were more people, so it could only be these 3. But Lin Yi knew that they weren't that strong, so he didn't pay much attention to them. But now that he saw them, Lin Yi was shocked. These 3 people were actually at the peak of the late stage of Heaven Realm. How was that possible? How could the strength of these 3 people increase so quickly? Lin Yi would believe it if they were all inheritors, but 3 normal practitioners from the Zhaos were able to enter the ranks of top-level practitioners in such a short amount of time. Wasn't this a little too unbelievable? However, Kong Ming didn't know that Lin Yi had such a cheat. He turned to Kong Ming and smiled. What? Tell me about it. These 3 masters from House Zhao are now masters of our 5 Element sect. They are also my bodyguards and thugs. Killing you is just a game. Kong Ming looked at Lin Yi fiercely. Now, I'll give you a chance. Tell us, how did these 4 overseas masters die? That's how they died. Lin Yi said lightly. Hey, I think you want to do it the hard way. Kong Ming's face changed. He didn't expect Lin Yi to be so relaxed when facing 4 Sky Class Late Phase Peak Full Circle Masters. He was a little unhappy. Second brother, teach him a lesson. Let him know who's in charge here. Don't you want to avenge Big Brother? Eldest senior brother was killed by him. Lin Yi, right? I've heard of you. Little fool said lightly, you couldn't beat him, so you found someone else to kill Big Brother. How despicable and shameless. I've been wanting to get even with you for a long time. Hee, are you talking about Kong Ming? You can't beat me, so you got a bunch of people to help you. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Song Lingrui looked at Lin Yi in surprise. The first time Kong Xiaoming called out Lin Yi's name, she thought she heard it wrong and thought it was Lin Yi, but this time, she was sure that little fool was calling out Lin Yi's name. Not Lin Yi. This person is Lin Yi. Isn't that the person I want to kill? How is this possible? Although Lin Yi and Lin Yi's names were similar, Song Lingrui didn't mind. After all, it was like the Chinese listening to the names of foreigners. There were many similar pronunciations, so they felt the same. Song Lingrui grew up overseas, so naturally, it was the same. She felt that there were many names with similar pronunciations in China, so she didn't think too much about it in the beginning. Now that she thought about it carefully, she finally understood the weird expression on her sister's face when she heard Lin Yi's name. This Lin Yi was Lin Yi, the person she wanted to assassinate, and also her brother-in-law. Thinking of this possibility, Song Lingrui felt a little discouraged and scared. If this person wasn't Song Lingrui's brother-in-law, she would be beaten to death if she went to him. Didn't they see how tragically those 4 fire wolf war gods died? Song Lingrui sighed. Luckily, she didn't do anything stupid, or she wouldn't even know how she died. Don't say those useless things. Kong Mingming wasn't happy that his shortcomings were exposed. Look, these masters from House Xiao that you stepped on before are now ruthless people. You'll cry later. Lin Yi glanced at the masters from House Xiao, his eyes cold. Zhao Qibing, long time no see. You're still showing off. Heh, Lin Yi, the winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. I, Zhao Qibing, have finally made it. Not only you, but Meng Yao and Yushu as well. The humiliation and pain they gave me, I'll definitely get them back. After you die, they'll follow in your footsteps. Zhao Qibing was finally powerful, so he started shouting crazily. Is that so? Then don't regret it later, Lin Yi said faintly. Choosing to go against me won't end well. Don't look down on you just because you're a peak perfection heaven rank expert. You should know that I'm the best at leapfrogging. Instant kill. Zhao Qibing's face changed slightly as he thought of the past, but he calmed down immediately. Instant kill a sky class late phase peak. What a joke, why don't you do it for me? I've already killed you, what else can you do? Lin Yi looked at Zhao Qibing mockingly. Chapter 34-38. His purpose for coming here this time was to avenge little Yi, so since there was a chance, he would use Lin Yi as a show of strength. He didn't hold back and directly activated the chant, smashing his staff at Lin Yi's face. Little Fool was fast, but Lin Yi was prepared. He wore the gale-chasing lightning boots, and with the butterfly micro-steps, he easily dodged Little Fool's attack. This speed depended on who it was. If it was against Song Lingrui and Song Xianghua, they might be unprepared, but Lin Yi had the gale-chasing lightning boots and the butterfly micro-steps. It would be strange if he was hit even if he was prepared. Little Fool saw that Lin Yi dodged and couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that his speed was the fastest in the 5-element sect, and he had never seen anyone who could dodge it so easily. But Lin Yi dodged it. He quickly wanted to chase after Lin Yi, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw a palm with hot flames slapping towards him. The 12th form of the Frenzy 8 trigrams palm. Lin Yi shouted and took this opportunity to slap Little Fool. Since Little Fool wanted to use him to establish his dominance, he was actually using Little Fool to establish his dominance. These few days of training in House Song, Lin Yi could already successfully activate the 12th form of the Frenzy 8 trigrams palm. The power of the 12th form was already not small, and with the addition of the Essence Energy Necklace, this slap, even if Little Fool didn't die, he would be a cripple. Boom dash, Little Fool's entire body flew out with the wind from Lin Yi's palm and landed beside Kong Mingming. His legs twitched for a moment, and then he stopped moving. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Ha! Kong Mingming was dumbfounded, and so were the 3 masters of House Xiao. What was going on? He was killed instantly. Alright, it's done. Zhao Qibing, did you see that? Lin Yi smiled as he looked at Zhao Qibing. He didn't look like someone who had just killed a sky-class late-phase peak at all. Ugh! Qibing's face turned ashen as he knelt on the ground with a thud, pissing himself. Kong Mingming's face turned pale. He never thought that Lin Yi would be so powerful that he could kill Little Fool in one move. Could it be that Lin Yi had the ability to kill Little One that day, yet didn't do so and sought out the Bubbly clan for other purposes? For a moment, Kong Mingming did not know what to do. He stood there, unable to advance or retreat. Master Bing, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with your leg? Lin Yi looked at Qibing mockingly. He had used up all his pure qi. Because he realized that he could only use the 12th form of the Frenzy 8 trigrams palm once with his strength at the peak of heaven rank middle stage. It was impossible to activate it even a little more, as it consumed too much of his physical strength and true qi. So, although he looked powerful on the surface, he was actually using this time to recover his physical strength and true qi. If these three masters from House Xiao came to cause trouble for Lin Yi and surround Lin Yi, then Lin Yi would have to summon the purple electric beast and run. Because he didn't have enough pure qi to activate the butterfly micro-steps. Ah. Right, I practiced the 1,000 kicks, so there's some side effects. I can't stand properly often, and I kneel when I see Hayashi Lin. Qibing laughed dryly. It seems that the side effects of increasing my strength too quickly are quite obvious. Oh, I see, Lin Yi nodded. Then what are you three masters from House Xiao doing here? Are you here to attack me in House Song? Come, I'll kill you three in 1 second, and I still need to go back for dinner. Getting interrupted in the middle of dinner, how annoying. Cough. Qibing was scared out of his wits, and Zhao Guanyin and Mian Huachuan subconsciously took 2 steps back. This Lin Yi was simply too strong. Back then, Lin Yi was like a god of death, washing House Xiao with blood. They thought that by relying on the 5-element sect and enduring so much pain, one day, when they become the top masters of Sky Stage Great Perfection, they could kill Lin Yi and avenge the extermination of Zhao family. But today, they regretfully realized that the difference between their dreams and reality was too big. They realized that it was impossible for them to kill Lin Yi and take revenge. At least, it was impossible in this lifetime. In the past, Lin Yi's strength wasn't this high, and they always had hope, but once Lin Yi stepped into the peak of the secular world, and could instantly kill Sky-class masters, they lost all hope. Sometimes, hope and giving up was just a matter of a thought. Unless they could ascend to the heavenly Tao, that unreachable legendary realm. But masters like them who were artificially modified would never be able to ascend again in their lifetime. If they didn't use medicine to maintain themselves, and their bodies lost the medicine, they wouldn't even be as strong as before, just a lot weaker than normal people. But now, the three of them felt dispirited. It was impossible, they would never be able to take revenge. Lin Yi's strength had extinguished all thoughts of revenge in this instant. Oh, God Lin Yi, we're just here to watch the show. Actually, we've seen through the world a long time ago, and we've wanted to leave the 5-element sect for a long time. We're going to convert to Buddhism, yes, to become monks. We're leaving. Me tofu, I'm leaving. Zhao Qibing said incoherently and turned to run. Zhao Guanyin and Mian Huachuan were also running behind him. The three of them were running as fast as they could possibly run. But their thoughts were the same, and that was to find a place to live in seclusion. Since there was no hope for revenge in this lifetime, there was no point in playing with the 5-element sect. They'd just live the rest of their lives in peace. House Xiao still had a sizable amount of savings overseas, enough for the three of them to live. Seeing his 3 bodyguards running away, Kong Mingming was a little numb. Wasn't this betrayal a little too fast? Zhao Ming, you're not honest. You didn't say you were coming to visit when you bumped into me. If I knew you were coming, I'd have to prepare myself. Lin Yi looked at Kong Mingming alone and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lin Yi boss, you must be joking. I was forced, it's Miss Lawn from the center. It's her, she asked me to investigate the deaths of the 4 overseas masters. The 3 biohumans of House Xiao were also modified by the center. I'm just leading the way, it has nothing to do with me. Kong Mingming explained carefully with a sad face. Really? What's the center? Isn't it the Firewolf Gang? Lin Yi asked back. Chapter 34-39. Oh. Lin Yi frowned slightly. So, the center and the Five Elements sect are cooperating, and the people from the center want to deal with the Song family and capture Song Lingrui, right? That's right. So, it has nothing to do with me. That Xiao heir wanted to avenge Xiao Yi, so he was eager to make a move. I have already persuaded him on the way that boss Lin Yi is extremely powerful and that he is no match for him at all. Beating him is like beating a dog, but he doesn't believe me. Kong Mingming explained, but there is no other way. He has been in the Five Elements sect for too long. He doesn't know how powerful the outside world is and how many masters there are. Let's not talk about him. If he is dead, then so be it. Then why are you here? Lin Yi asked with a smile. I am here to look for the body, I told you. Kong Mingming said quickly. Oh, the body is not here. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, next time, when I see you, bring me the elixir. I will remember today's account. If you don't have the elixir, you can only die, because you are worthless to me. Okay. Of course. Kong Xiaoming quickly nodded. He didn't think that he would be able to escape death. How lucky. Then you can go. I won't ask you to stay for dinner. Lin Yi did not kill Kong Mingming. First, it was because of the qi gathering elixir. Second, the most important thing was that he really did not want to be in a deadlock with the Five Elements sect at the last moment. After all, the Five Elements sect was the initiator of the inheritor plan. Those inheritors were all related to Lin Yi. Lin Yi did not want to become enemies with ancestor Xianchen prematurely. Now that Xiao heir was dead, but Kong Mingming was released, it could be considered as giving ancestor Xianchen face. They must have been the ones looking for trouble first, so Patriarch Xianchen could only suffer in silence. He didn't know how many of Patriarch Xuanchen's disciples were left. Most of them were probably dead, right? Alright then, boss Lin Yi, I'm leaving. Kong Mingming heaved a sigh of relief as if he had been pardoned. He quickly turned around and ran. However, he suddenly thought of the waiter's dead body and did not dare to turn back. Take this person's corpse back. There was no point for Lin Yi to keep it. Also, you can take the corpses of the 4 overseas experts as well. However, this staff is a good weapon. I'm confiscating it. Of course. Kong Mingming didn't dare to say no. Returning the corpse to him was already good enough. The people from the Song family quickly carried out 4 woven silk bags and threw them on the ground beside the waiter's corpse. Kong Mingming put these things into his car, then jumped into the car and sped away. Looking at Kong Mingming's back as he left, Lin Yi didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned to the people from the Song family and said, he probably won't come again. There shouldn't be many experts left in the Five Elements sect. Even if there are experts at the full circle of heaven stage, Xiao Rui and second grandpa have a chance of winning. Moreover, they won't come to die. Wow, brother-in-law, you're so handsome. You've only broken through 1 level and you can instantly kill experts at the peak of the late stage of heaven stage. Song Lingrui looked at Lin Yi curiously. Do you know that the mission from the Overseas Cultivators Association was for me to kill you? I know. Lin Yi didn't expect Song Lingrui to not be embarrassed after knowing his identity. Instead, she acted like this. When do you plan to do it? While I'm sleeping. How is that possible? I'm not that stupid. Song Lingrui shook her head. If I kill you, what about my sister? Moreover, I can't beat you. What if you're dreaming and kill me in 1 hit? How am I going to explain that? Hee. Lin Yi smiled. He didn't expect the awkwardness between them to be resolved so easily. So, young hero Lin Yi is Lin Yi. No wonder the Overseas Cultivators Association suffered such a big loss. This time, even the Five-Element sect and the Fire Wolf gang suffered heavy losses. They should really regret being enemies with you. Song Xianghua also said. It's alright. I can only kill experts at the full circle of heaven stage in one hit after I broke through. Otherwise, I would have to fight them twice before. Lin Yi sweated a little. Brother-in-law, what kind of mental cultivation method and martial arts technique are these? Why are they so powerful? Can I cultivate it? Song Lingrui asked. If you can bear hardships, you can cultivate it too. However, this mental cultivation method is extremely masculine. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be able to cultivate it, Lin Yi said. Moreover, it seems that other than me, it's difficult for others to make progress in their cultivation. Lin Yi was talking about the space in the jade pendant. Without the space in the jade pendant, Lin Yi's art of dragon mastery would always be stagnant. Alright, forget it then. Song Lingrui shook her head. Brother-in-law, do you know about the Heaven Stage Trial? The Heaven Stage Trial? What's that? Lin Yi shook his head. He seemed to have vaguely heard of it, but he wasn't sure. It's a trial initiated by the Five-Element sect. I heard that the trial this time is the final list of candidates who can participate in the Heaven Stage meeting. Only the cultivators who successfully pass the trial have the opportunity to attend the Heaven Stage meeting. Song Lingrui explained. Heaven Stage meeting. What does that mean? Lin Yi asked. The Heaven Stage meeting is a meeting for everyone to discuss how to land on the Heaven Stage Island. Only those who attend the meeting are qualified to participate in the plan to land on the island. Song Lingrui said. Oh. I see. In other words, if all the cultivators want to participate in the Heaven Stage meeting and obtain the opportunity to advance to the Heavenly Tao, they must first participate in the trial, right? Lin Yi roughly understood what Song Lingrui meant. To be honest, he didn't know these things before, and no one told him. You can say that, but every ancient sect and ancient family has a fixed quota of participants. However, this person's strength must be at the peak of the late stage of Heaven Stage. If not, it's considered as giving up the opportunity. Song Lingrui said, as for other cultivators, not everyone can participate in the Heaven Stage trial. There are also conditions. There are conditions. What conditions? Lin Yi asked quickly. Although he felt that there was no problem if he forced himself to participate in the Heaven Stage meeting, it was better to go according to normal circumstances if there were other feasible paths. Chapter 3440. So, individual cultivators don't have a chance. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Doesn't this mean that individual cultivators are rejected? No, individual cultivators also have a chance. In order to balance things out, the rules for individual cultivators to participate in the trial have been established many years ago. That is, individual cultivators who have a fragment of the map of the Heavenly Stage Island can use one of the fragments as a registration qualification to participate in the trial of the Heavenly Stage. Song Lingrui said, however, this map fragment was hidden very secretly in the past. I guess there are not many individual cultivators who have it. A fragment of the map of the Heavenly Stage Island. Lin Yi's heart moved slightly. Could it be the map fragment that he collected? He didn't know what it was before, but now it seemed that it was really possible. Yes, but of course, it is not the real map of the Heavenly Stage Island. It is a copy of the map. After the Five-Element sect copied it, it was cut and distributed. The purpose is to let individual cultivators have the opportunity to participate in the trial. Song Lingrui said. It turned out to be an admission ticket. Lin Yi nodded. That made sense. If it really was some kind of treasure map, there wouldn't be a single piece missing. It would be too hard to gather all of them. But if it was an admission ticket, only one of them could be used. This would also explain why these maps were so well hidden. Then, if I don't have the map fragment, does that mean I can't go? Lin Yi asked, unfazed. In theory, yes. But this time, in order to let me kill you, the Overseas Cultivators Association arranged for me to participate in the trial. Brother-in-law, you will also be allowed to participate, Song Lingrui said. Why? Does the Overseas Cultivators Association have the ability to influence the five-element sect's decision? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. But that's not right. The five-element sect is now working with that center, so the five-element sect and the Overseas Cultivators Association should be opposing each other. How can they influence each other? I'm the only one who's opposing me. Song Lingrui said with a wry smile, actually, I know a secret. The president of our Overseas Cultivators Association, He Luan, is the younger brother of the current acting sect master of the five-element sect, Ancestor Xianchen. What? Lin Yi's eyes widened. He didn't expect there to be such a secret. These two were actually brothers. The relationship between the two was really complicated. That's right. Elder Xuanchen's real name is He Jinwu. They are blood brothers. In the early years, He Jinwu was also a member of the five-element sect. However, he drifted overseas and founded the Overseas Cultivators Association. Song Lingrui said, only the higher-ups of the Overseas Cultivators Association like my second grandpa know these secrets. I didn't expect that. Lin Yi sighed and said, so, in order for you to kill me, He Jinwu will ask Elder Xianchen to help me arrange a place for the heaven-level trial. I think so. Song Lingrui nodded. But it's hard to say if they will now. After all, if they communicate with each other, it might reveal our relationship, I see. Lin Yi didn't care. Even if he didn't arrange for him, he had the map fragment as an admission ticket to the heaven-level trial. At that time, it was not up to Elder Xianchen to change the rules announced by the five-element sect. That would be too embarrassing. Kong Mingming left, the Song family also went back, and it was time for Lin Yi to go back. Xiao Shu was leaving, and Lin Yi had to pick up little Jiu to go to the Yellow Earth sect. There wasn't much time left. The listing of the first and second grade automatic medicinal cauldrons almost wiped out the business of the Heavenly Elixir sect. The entire medicinal cauldron market and the first and second grade elixir market were almost monopolized by the first and second grade automatic medicinal cauldrons. This made Elder Xianchen depressed to death. Miss Lan, when will Dr. Benjamin too be able to crack the latest medicine cauldron? Patriarch Xianchen asked every day. Soon. Science and technology are not like cultivation. How can it be so fast? Mr. Xianchen, don't be impatient. There will be an answer soon. Miss Lan said. Report dash, suddenly, a disciple shouted loudly outside the door. Who? What's the matter? Old Ancestor Xianchen asked. Now, little one was dead, little heir had gone to cause trouble for Lin Yi, and the remaining disciples of old Ancestor Xianchen were either dead or crippled. Xianchen hadn't found anyone to replace little heir yet, so the disciple who shouted was in charge of cleaning the Soul Jade plate room. Reporting to Elder Xianchen, something bad has happened. The disciple hurriedly walked into Elder Xianchen's room and said, Second senior brother's Soul Jade card is broken. What? At this moment, Elder Xianchen's head suddenly buzzed. He suddenly stood up and stared at the disciple. What did you say? Little fool's Soul Jade card is broken. Are you sure? Elder Xianchen, how can I lie? It happened just now. The disciple said carefully with a bitter face. Take me to see. Elder Xianchen was anxious. He didn't care that Miss Lan was still beside him. He rushed out of the room and followed the disciple. Miss Lan didn't care about this. She also frowned. She knew little fool's strength. He was a top-notch expert at the Great Perfection realm. If something happened to him now, what did that mean? The 3 reformed disciples of the Zhao family were probably dead. Was this Lin Yi really that powerful? He could actually kill so many people? Miss Lan also followed. They arrived at the place where the soul jade tablet was stored. She saw Patriarch Xianchen stride to the front of a broken tablet. His gaze was a little dull. As expected, little fool is also finished. Looking at the row of broken soul jade cards, Elder Xianchen seemed to have aged a lot at this moment. What kind of sin did he commit? Could it be that he had plotted to persecute and drive out Elder Xianchen back then, and now, Boss Bai's disciple had come to take revenge on him? Which of these disciples' deaths had nothing to do with Lin Yi? Mr. Xianchen, my condolences. If something happens to little fool, those 3 experts of the Zhao family probably won't be able to return. Miss Lan sighed and said, it seems that I'm not the only one who suffered heavy losses. It's the same on your side. We all have a common enemy. Although that's the case, it would be great if you could really restrain your grief. Lin Yi, I must kill you. Elder Xianchen shouted with a ferocious expression. By the way, where's the illuminating jade card? Is he alright? Chapter 34-41. Senior Brother Kang's memorial tablet is very good. There's nothing wrong with it. The disciple quickly said. That's good. Patriarch Xianchen breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. In that case, Kong Mingming will be back soon. Let's wait for him to come back and see the details. Patriarch Xianchen was right. This time, Kong Mingming didn't dare to go back to the Kong family to show off. After leaving the Song family, he hurriedly drove back to the 5 Elements sect. That night, Patriarch Xianchen saw Kong Mingming who had returned. Father-in-law, it's not good. Lin Yi is too powerful. No, we are simply nurturing a tiger. We should have killed him long ago. As soon as Kong Mingming entered the door, he shouted incoherently. What do you mean? If we could have killed him, we would have done it long ago. Why would we have waited until now? Patriarch Xianchen frowned. At this moment, he had temporarily calmed down from his sadness. He stared at Kong Mingming and said, I already know about little fool. Tell me in detail, what's going on? Is Lin Yi really that powerful? It's like this. According to your suggestion, I went to Yanjing City first. Little fool and I stayed in a nearby hotel to observe the Song family situation. Kong Mingming said. After a few days of observation, we didn't find any people from the Paoli clan, so I planned to test Lin Yi. As he spoke, Kong Mingming recounted the events in detail to Patriarch Xianchen. However, when he heard that they went to the door and Lin Yi killed little fool with one palm, Patriarch Xianchen completely lost his composure this time. What did you say? Lin Yi killed little fool with one palm. Is that true? Patriarch Xianchen felt that it was a little unbelievable. Even he didn't dare to say that he could kill a heaven stage great perfection expert in one go because it was impossible. It's true. Father-in-law, why would I lie to you? Isn't this boosting the morale of others and destroying our own? Kong Xiaoming smiled bitterly, I saw it with my own eyes. Then, what about the 3 Zhao clan experts? Was he also killed by Lin Yi? Miss Lan asked. No, I haven't finished yet. Those 3 experts from the Zhao family are really traitors. After they pissed themselves, they ran away. I couldn't even stop them. Kong Mingming smiled bitterly and said, not only did they surrender, but they also told Lin Yi about our cooperation. Lin Yi is now dissatisfied with us. They ran away. Patriarch Xianchen frowned immediately. The 3 of them were too gutless, weren't they? What kind of people were they? He clearly had the strength, but he didn't even have the courage to fight. He was too trashy. Yeah, I really don't know what to say. Kong Ming said helplessly. Originally, according to our previous analysis, although Lin Yi can kill experts who are above his level, he should also have to pay a certain price under some special circumstances. He can't kill them consecutively. Therefore, if the three of them besieged Lin Yi at this time, it was still very likely that they could kill Lin Yi. But who would have thought that before I could give the order, they ran away first? Miss Lon, this time, it's not that our 5-element sect didn't contribute, but you saw the situation. Patriarch Xianchen turned to look at Miss Lon and said. It's not your fault this time. Miss Lon shook her head. However, she was dispensable. She didn't hate Lin Yi that much. Her main purpose of staying here was actually to study the bio-human transformation. Even if Lin Yi was hateful, it couldn't be said to be a feud. Since this person was so powerful, Miss Lon planned to avoid conflict with him for the time being. It's good that Miss Lon can understand. Patriarch Xianchen nodded. Don't worry, we will definitely get rid of this Lin Yi. Okay, since it's confirmed that it was done by Lin Yi and the others, then I will go back and rest first. Miss Lon nodded and left. At this moment, only Patriarch Xianchen and Kong Ming were left in the room. Father-in-law, we must get rid of Lin Yi this time. If we don't get rid of this person, he will definitely become a problem for us in the future. Kong Ming said. Now, he is an expert at the peak of the middle stage of Heaven stage. If he continues to grow, we won't be a match for him at all. That's right. Patriarch Xianchen nodded and strengthened the belief in his heart. He said, how about this, you will start refining pills tomorrow and refine the extreme qi gathering pill. You must quickly kill Lin Yi. If you wait any longer, it will be too late. Okay, I will start refining pills tomorrow. Kong Ming actually thought so too. Lin Yi's strength level was getting higher and higher. If this continued, if Lin Yi really fell to the great perfection of Heaven stage, then the qi gathering pill would have no effect on Lin Yi. At that time, even if it was refined for Lin Yi might not want it. Therefore, this matter had to be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be too late. Sigh, although this move is a little despicable, I have to do it. Even if Boss Bai blames me, I have to do it. Patriarch Xianchen finally made up his mind. Before, it was because Boss Bai wanted to train a wood element inheritor, so he had to save some face for Lin Yi. But now, Lin Yi had reached the point where he had to get rid of him. Alright, father-in-law, I'll put down everything I'm doing and focus on refining elixirs for a while. Kong Ming nodded and said. He had also made up his mind. He had to refine pills and kill Lin Yi. I will communicate with Boss Bai and sound him out. At the same time, I will talk about the Heaven stage trial. Patriarch Xianchen said, according to the normal rules, he is also the leader of the 5-element sect. I have to give him face and let him arrange for his disciple to participate in the trial. Lin Yi. Kong Ming was slightly stunned. Lin Yi is still coming to the trial. Then how are we going to deal with him? Second senior brother has fallen, and the 3 experts of the Zhao family are also finished. Only the young leader of the Sky Silkworm transformation is left. He is no match for Lin Yi, right? It's not Lin Yi. Boss Bai's spot can only be given to Guan Xin. Lin Yi can't come. If I don't agree, he can't participate in the trial. Patriarch Xianchen said lightly, since we are going to use pills to kill him, why let him participate in the trial? Is he here to cause trouble? Don't let this kind of person come. He is related to several inheritors. I'm afraid that something will go wrong. Well, that's good. Then I can go and practice with peace of mind. Kong Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, what he looked forward to the most was to kill Lin Yi during the Heaven stage trial. But now, what he was most afraid of was that Lin Yi would participate in the trial. These were 2 completely different feelings. Chapter 34-42. Eldest Senior Brother. It's me. Patriarch Xianchen said. Xianchen. What's the matter? Boss Bai asked lightly. The Heaven Step trial is about to begin. Logically speaking, you also have a spot on your side. When will you give me your disciples' information so that I can complete the registration? Patriarch Xianchen probed. You mean Lin Yi? Boss Bai was slightly stunned. Don't you have his information? You're letting Lin Yi come. You're not letting Guan Exin come. Patriarch Xianchen asked. Guan Exin. Boss Bai was slightly stunned. Inheritors also need to participate in the trial. Inheritors must participate in the trial. This time, I will arrange for all inheritors to receive the final inheritance in the trial ground. They will all be promoted to the peak of heaven level late stage, and their physiques will also undergo the final and complete change in preparation for the final plan. Patriarch Xianchen said. Then, Lin Yi can't participate. Boss Bai frowned. To be honest, he originally wanted to let Lin Yi go, and then wait for Lin Yi to pass the trial before taking him to participate in the heaven level meeting. But now, he couldn't even participate in the trial. Wasn't that equivalent to being rejected by the heaven level meeting? Then, wouldn't the opportunity to advance to heavenly Dao be with Lin Yi? This wasn't what Boss Bai wanted to see. In fact, he also knew that Patriarch Xianchen was deliberately making things difficult. Wasn't the Five Elements sect in charge of the registration for the heaven level trial? If he let Lin Yi go, Lin Yi would definitely be able to go, but the main problem was on Patriarch Xianchen's side. Let's see. Patriarch Xianchen said. Right now, Lin Yi's strength is still too low. He chased after Kong Mingming to help him refine the Qi gathering pill. If his strength is higher, then there's no harm in letting him participate. The main thing is that I'm afraid that he'll die because he's too weak. Kong Mingming. Alchemy. Qi gathering pill. Boss Bai also knew about this, but the so-called Lin Yi was too weak was just Elder Xuanchen's excuse. Yes, but Zhao Ming's standards are limited. I don't know if he can successfully refine it. Even if he can, I'm afraid that Lin Yi will get sick from eating it. So, when you have time, persuade him not to chase after Zhao Ming to refine pills, Patriarch Xianchen said. Of course, Boss Bai didn't know Elder Xuanchen's cunning mind. He just hinted to Boss Bai that Lin Yi wouldn't blame him even if he died. Therefore, Boss Bai said angrily, you have to keep your promise. This is the junior's business. Let's leave it alone. All right then. Patriarch Xianchen sighed, pretending to be displeased. In fact, he was overjoyed. Boss Bai was still as gullible as before. Everything was under his control. Anything else? Asked Boss Bai. There's nothing else. Since you've said so, I'll ask Kong Mingming to concoct pills. I don't care if he dies, Patriarch Xianchen said. Can you die from eating Qi gathering pill? Even if you don't eat it well, you won't get sick. Do you think you know more than me when discussing alchemy with me? Boss Bai asked lightly. Haha, of course not. Forget it, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. As for Guan Exin, you should also prepare for her to participate in the heaven class trial, Patriarch Xianchen said. After hanging up the phone, Patriarch Xianchen was very excited. This time, Lin Yi died from eating it. He could say that he had already told Boss Bai about it, but Boss Bai didn't listen to him. This time, he died because he deserved it. Lin Yi returned to Donghai City from the Song family. Shu was leaving. She had received an official notice from House Yu, so this time, Xiaochen was going back to send her to Fiery Mountain. When he arrived at Donghai City, Lin Yi already saw Yui sitting in the living room of the villa. Yushu was a little depressed. During this period, she understood everything. She knew about House Yu's efforts all these years, and she also knew her own identity. This made her force a smile during this period of time. In fact, she was very lonely and repulsed in her heart. After so many years, she suddenly realized that the beliefs that she had been holding on to all these years didn't exist. Yu Shaochen was her father. She had never met this father, but he gave her endless pressure. He made up a big lie with Yui, causing Yushu to have no father-daughter feelings for him at all. He didn't let her go back to House Yu, and she was too lazy to go back. The Qin family was her home. The villas in Donghai and Songshan were her home. Where Lin Yi and Meng Yao were, that was her home. Mr. Yui, you're here. Lin Yi entered the villa and nodded to him. Yui smiled bitterly. Yushu's identity was exposed, and he didn't need to hide it anymore. He looked at Lin Yi and said, Miss Yushu doesn't care about me, and she doesn't talk to me. Young hero Lin, you see. It's time for her to leave for Fiery Mountain. Before, Yui could still use Yushu's parents to threaten her. That was a high and mighty attitude. But now, Yushu's identity was exposed. She was also the young miss of House Yu. How could Yui dare to order her around? Besides, even if he wanted to order her around, it had to be Yushu who listened to him. Yushu was no longer the Yushu of the past. With Lin Yi's protection, not to mention the hidden House Yu, even the Five Elements sect didn't dare to order her around. In the world of practitioners, strength was everything. To put it bluntly, whoever was stronger would have more influence. Shu, pack up and get ready. We have to accept the inheritance sooner or later. The sooner we accept it, the sooner we can reunite with Yao Yao. Isn't this the life you've always wanted? Lin Yi smiled. Shield bro, you're back. Shu didn't say I wouldn't go. I just don't have anything in common with this old man. Yushu saw that Lin Yi was back. She was like a different person from before. She was happy all of a sudden, and Yui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ha, that's good. I told you that there's no way you wouldn't want to go. Lin Yi smiled, then let's pack up and get ready to go. Shoes packed up. We're just waiting for Shield bro, Yushu said as she skipped up the stairs. Evidently, she was going to get something. Yui saw that Yushu agreed to go to Fiery Mountain so easily. He didn't know what to say. He looked at Lin Yi and said, Young hero Lin, you're the best. I've been trying to persuade her for a long time, but Miss Yushu just won't talk to me. Chapter 34-43. Miss Yushu is indeed. I'm considered lucky. It seems like Miss Yushu still has some feelings for me because I'm from House Yu. Yui nodded and laughed at himself. Right, what's the arrangement? Are we going to Fiery Mountain directly? Lin Yi asked. Yes, it's already arranged. We'll just go there directly. Yui said, I hope that Master Lin can accompany us on the way, otherwise I'm afraid that Miss Yushu will have some conflict. Don't worry, I'll definitely go, not only because of Shu, but also because I promised a friend that I'd help him save someone. Lin Yi was talking about Hui Yanyan's playmate, Yang Shuaisian. That's good. Yui breathed out in relief. It didn't take long for Yushu to pack up and come downstairs with a bag on her back. Just this much. Lin Yi looked at Yushu's backpack and was surprised. Wasn't this too little? There's not much to take, actually. It's just a laptop with pictures and videos of me, Yao Yao, and Shield bro in there. Shu can look at it when she's lonely. I'm sure there are other daily necessities there, Yushu said. Lin Yi nodded silently. Yushu was right. What didn't Fiery Mountain have? The young head, Hui Yanyan, was Lin Yi's follower. If Yushu went, she'd be treated like a VIP. Right, where's Xinyan and Pangolin? Lin Yi asked. Xinyan's sis went to school. pangolins resting in his room. Udake went to Songsan to see Yushauka, Yushu said. Oh, that's why I didn't see them, Lin Yi realized. School started again in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi took out his phone and was about to call Bai Weitua to tell him that he couldn't go to school for a while. He'd ask him to take care of Xinyan, so that he'd be the first to know if anything happened to her. Although Lin Yi had left a lot of energy stones for Xinyan, he was still worried that something might happen to her. He dialed Bai Weitua's number, but the sound of the phone being turned off came from the other side, which made Lin Yi slightly surprised. It was not evening, but daytime. Why didn't Bai Weitua turn on his phone? Could it be that he was in class? However, Bai Weitua would also set his phone to vibrate during class. With that in mind, Lin Yi sent a message to Xinyan. Xinyan, I'm back. I'm bringing Shu to Fiery Mountain. Tell Bai Weitua to give me a call when you see him. It wasn't long before Xinyan replied. I'm at school, isn't Bai Weitua traveling overseas? He's not back yet. He's not back yet. Lin Yi looked at the message. School was already starting and he wasn't back yet. What a joke. However, Lin Yi didn't think much about it. According to Bai Weitua's exam results last semester, he also had the right to ask for leave. This was the privilege of Boss Bai's class. Just like Lin Yi, the top few students in the final exam also had the right to ask for leave whenever they wanted. Alright then, we're leaving. Are you coming back? Lin Yi asked. No, I still have classes here. Have a safe trip. Xinyan didn't come back because she had just seen Lin Yi. There was no need for her to come back. Putting away his phone, Lin Yi nodded to Yui. Let's go, shall we leave now? Did you drive here? No. Yui was a bit embarrassed. He was a practitioner, and he rarely drove. He always walked, maintaining his ancient style. I'll drive then. Lin Yi didn't say much. The three left the courtyard and got on the Jeep Cherokee. Fiery Mountain was deep in the Hakonamata Desert, so Lin Yi knew the general direction. Thank you, Master Lin. Yui nodded and sat in the back, giving the passenger seat to Yushu. The car went all the way to the Hakonamata Desert. Lin Yi had driven this road back and forth many times. He was very familiar with it, but this time, he felt a little sad. Yushu was in the car, looking here and there, curious about everything, but Lin Yi could see the disappointment in her eyes. Even if she didn't show it, Lin Yi could still feel it. However, he didn't expose her. Instead, he accompanied her and laughed along the way. They talked about a lot of interesting things, including what happened in the Song family and Xiao heir of the Five Elements sect being killed. That elder Xianchen of Five Elements sect must be angry to death, right? Most of his disciples were crippled or killed by you. He's really unlucky to go against Shield Bro. Yushu laughed after hearing it, and then said sarcastically, I don't know why the Hidden House U is so afraid of this Five Elements sect. They really have no guts. Yui sat in the back, and he was a little embarrassed. He thought to himself, you have Lin Yi to support you, so you're not afraid. But we are. The Five Elements sect can't do anything to Lin Yi, but destroying House U is a piece of cake for them. Moreover, they didn't know that Lin Yi could grow so strong. When they first heard about Lin Yi was still a mystic class master, and in the blink of an eye, he stood at the peak of the whole world of practitioners. Who could explain this change? Okay, Shu, some things have to be faced eventually. You can't not see your birth parents for the rest of your life, can you? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. When that time comes, I'm afraid Xiao Ning won't be happy, right? Okay, then I'll listen to Shield Bro, whatever you say. Yushu nodded. They talked and laughed along the way, and finally, the three of them entered Hakonamata Desert. However, the direction of Fiery Mountain was completely different from the direction of Paoli clan. The desert was very big, and they were in the opposite direction. It was already very hot in the desert, but as the car moved forward, the weather became hotter and hotter. They were probably not far from Fiery Mountain. However, Lin Yi and Yushu were fine, but Yui was sweating profusely. He used to be the strongest among them, and he couldn't complain at this moment. He could only endure it silently, but he almost fainted in the end. Then, Lin Yi turned on the car's air conditioner, and Yushu laughed like crazy. Young hero Lin, why didn't you turn on the air conditioner earlier? Yui felt a little better, and said gloomily. Chapter 34-44. Yeah, we're having fun, Yushu nodded. Yui had been teased and mocked by Yushu along the way, but he accepted it. Who asked him to play the bad guy in front of Yushu? It was natural for him to be teased now. Not to mention Yushu's identity as the young miss of House Yu, even if Lin Yi was beside her, he wouldn't dare do anything. Finally, it was no longer a desert in front of them, but a place that looked like a mountain. A mountain gate appeared in front of them, blocking their advance. Of course, they could go around it, but subconsciously, Lin Yi felt that this was their destination. Is this Fiery Mountain? Lin Yi looked at the map Yui gave him, comparing it to the map. It should be here. Yui had never been here before, but this was the only possible place in this direction. Just when everyone was confused, suddenly, two men in fiery red robes appeared in front of Lin Yi's car. They shouted at Lin Yi and the others, "This is private land, if you are an explorer, please go back, we don't accept explorations here, and it's very dangerous." Lin Yi opened the window and looked at the two men. "This is Fiery Mountain?" The two men paused, hearing Lin Yi say the words Fiery Mountain. They were surprised. "Who are you? Why are you here? What's your purpose?" With that, the two showed their strength at the early phase of Sky class. From their point of view, since Lin Yi knew about this place, he could also be a practitioner. The reason they showed their strength was to intimidate Lin Yi. After all, the early phase of Sky class, even in the ancient times, was not weak. "We're from the Central Plains, I'm the representative of the Hidden House Yui. We've been ordered to meet the Rocket Cannon Headmaster. This is a letter from the head of our Hidden House Yu." At this time, Yu-1 walked down from the car and spoke to the two respectfully. However, in order to show that he was a cultivator and not a fake, he had to make sure that he was not a fake. Yui also revealed his strength as an early-stage heaven ranker. "Hidden House Yu." One of them glanced sideways at Yui and his attitude became incomparably cold. Although Yui's strength was the same as theirs, he didn't look up to him at all. How could a hidden aristocratic family's early-stage heaven rank expert compare to an ancient sect? "That's right, the Hidden House Yu." Yu-1 nodded. Hidden House Yu. He had never heard of such a small family. "If you want to see our sect master, then just wait. We will inform you when we have time," the man said arrogantly. He didn't have the slightest intention of immediately informing the sect master. Yui was slightly stunned, then he smiled bitterly and added, "Our patriarch sent us here under the order of Patriarch Xianchen of the Five Elements sect." "Oh? What do you mean? You still want to use the Five Elements sect to pressure us? Alright, you can leave if you don't want to see us." The man looked at Yui coldly and said mockingly. "You guys." Yui was really helpless. He didn't expect these two to be so difficult to talk to. But this was an ancient sect, not some other aristocratic family or hidden aristocratic family. So it was not easy to make these two obedient and help. Lin Yi couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't like to use his identity and strength to pressure people, but these two people were really a bit too much. Lin Yi looked at them indifferently and said, "Let Hua Xiaoyun come out and welcome me." "Ha!" The man was stunned and turned to look at Lin Yi. But then he laughed, "Ha ha ha ha. Welcome you. Who do you think you are? Welcome you. What a joke. A small hidden house you, do they really think they're that big? It's up to you whether you want to notify them or not. If Yang Shuaizhen dies, you too will be responsible, Lin Yi said indifferently. What? The two of them were stunned. They looked at each other in shock. Before, they thought that Lin Yi was also from the hidden house you, but Lin Yi said Hu Xiaoyun and Yang Shuaizhen's names one after another. This wasn't as simple as a hidden house you. Hu Xiaoyun was fine, but Yang Shuaizhen was an elder's grandson. He didn't show his face much. Not only did Lin Yi say it, but he also pointed out something. It meant that he knew Yang Shuaizhen was injured. If that was the case. Who are you? The leading man in red looked at Lin Yi and asked. Hu Xiaoyun called me boss. Who do you think I am? Lin Yi said indifferently. The two's expression changed. They hesitated. Although they didn't know if it was true or not, they still said, please wait, we'll go notify them. May I know your name? Lin Yi said indifferently. What? You're Lin Yi. The leading man in red staggered and almost fell on his butt. He could ignore Yui's name, but Lin Yi's name was very famous. Moreover, Lin Yi wasn't bragging. Their young master, Hu Xiaoyun, had been talking about this name recently. He told everyone he met that his boss was Lin Yi, and how amazing he was. Whatever he did today, he would do tomorrow. As long as it was news of Lin Yi in the ancient era, he would find out and tell the people in the sect. Although everyone's ears had calluses from hearing it, they also remembered this name deeply. They knew how amazing Lin Yi was. He could even kill the masters of the Five-Element sect. He wasn't a simple character. So the man in red was stunned. The other man in red quickly pulled the stunned man in red and said, so it's young hero Lin. We've heard of your great name for a long time. We admire you. Young hero Lin, please come with us and rest in the guest room. We'll immediately notify the young master to welcome you. If this person was really Lin Yi, then it was normal for him to humble himself. At that time, not only would Hu Xiaoyun not scold them, but he would also praise them. However, if it wasn't for Lin Yi, then Hu Xiaoyun would naturally deal with him. There was no loss. Well, you lead the way. Lin Yi nodded indifferently. Yui was dumbfounded. It turned out that Lin Yi's name was already well known in these ancient sections. He was really a powerful character. He'd been talking to them for half a day, and they didn't even bother reporting to him. But the moment Lin Yi opened his mouth, the two of them became so respectful. They really couldn't be compared. Chapter 34-45. After entering the mountain entrance, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This was actually a scenic area surrounded by mountains. Outside was a circle of tall mountains, and inside, there was another huge mountain. If it wasn't so hot here, it would probably be a good tourist attraction. Under the lead of two men in red, Lin Yi, Yushu, and Yui were brought to a place that looked like a gazebo. What surprised Lin Yi was that on the gazebo, there were 3 big words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Guest Hall. He didn't expect that the guest hall of Fiery Mountain was actually outdoors. This also showed how hot this place was throughout the year. Of course, this was also because Fiery Mountain had inherited ancient customs. Otherwise, they could have installed air conditioning indoors like the Paoli clan. Lin Yi and the other two sat down, and a disciple served herbal tea. The herbal tea was refreshing and delicious, a specialty of this place. After drinking it, Lin Yi couldn't help but praise it. As for Yushu, she asked the disciple to bring more herbal tea. The disciple didn't dare to delay and quickly agreed. Not long after, before the disciple returned, he saw Hu Xiaoyun rushing over in a hurry. Seeing Lin Yi, he was surprised and happy, Boss Lin Yi, you're finally here, I've missed you so much. I wanted to find you, but I was afraid that you wouldn't be here. I was really busy a while ago, otherwise I would have come here long ago. Lin Yi nodded. This is Yushu, your inheritor here, I'll leave her in your care from now on. Ah. Don't worry, isn't this sis-in-law Shu? Treat this place like your own home. Hua Shouyun saw that Yushu was an inheritor and was a little surprised. He didn't expect Shu to really be an inheritor. Didn't this mean that from now on, she and Lin Yi were a family? He, Shu likes this title, I'll give you 10 points. Yushu nodded happily. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. And Yui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not long after, an old man walked over quickly as if he was flying. Before he arrived, his voice could be heard, is young hero Lin here? I, Bazooka, have failed to welcome you from afar, please forgive me. Behind him, there was an old man who spoke respectfully, this old man is Yang Dingtian. I welcome young hero Lin's arrival. Yang Dingtian was obviously more humble than Rocket Launcher. Obviously, he knew that if he wanted his grandson to live, then he had to let Lin Yi take action. Therefore, he simply regarded himself as being in the same position as Hua Shouyun. It turns out that Elder Hua and Elder Yang are here. Lin Yi did not put on airs at this time and stood up directly. After all, they gave Lin Yi face. Lin Yi also gave them face. This was Burning Cloud's sect, so Lin Yi could not be as arrogant as he was in other sections. I am Yu Yi of the Hidden House Yu. Under the orders of Yu Xing, I am escorting the inheritor here. This is a letter from our house Yu. Please have a look, Elder Hua. Yui bowed respectfully and presented a letter. Ha! So it is Mr. Yui. Please rise. Those who came with young hero Lin are our Fiery Mountain's distinguished guests. No need to stand on ceremony. Rocket Launcher laughed and quickly walked over to take the letter. Yui almost teared up. It was so different being with Lin Yi. If Lin Yi did not come, and Yui came by himself, how difficult would it be to enter this door? And enter the door. It might not be so easy to see Rocket Launcher. And even if he saw a rocket launcher, he might not be so enthusiastic. Of course, what Yui didn't know was that Hua Mingyun knew Yushu. If he knew that Yushu was the inheritor, he would probably be just as enthusiastic. Don't worry about him. This old man is annoying. Yushu said. Ah. Rocket Launcher paused. He looked at Lin Yi and asked, this lady is, Grandpa, she is Yushu. She is our inheritor and also Boss Lin Yi's mistress. Hua Shouyun quickly introduced Yushu. He was afraid that his grandpa would be disrespectful to Yushu and make Lin Yi unhappy. Ah. Rocket Launcher paused again and nodded, so it is young hero Lin's mistress, Miss Chin. Sorry for not recognizing you. Don't worry. This is our Fiery Mountain. Treat it like your own home. We are not outsiders. Hui Yun is young hero Lin's follower. If there is anything, let him do it. Then I won't hold back. Yushu was satisfied at least for now. This sect could be said to be Lin Yi's direct subordinates. If she wanted to contact Lin Yi, she could do so at any time. She was not as restrained as Tang Yun Sis and Xiao Xiao. Yushu is also from the Hidden House Yu. She just had some misunderstanding with the Hidden House Yu, Lin Yi explained. Yui sent her here this time. Okay, I understand. Rocket Launcher nodded. Okay, everyone. Let's go to the guest room and rest for a while. Tonight, we will host a banquet. How about it? No need. I will go see Yang Shuaisian first. Lin Yi waved his hand. My purpose here is also for Hua Shouyun's brother, Yang Shuaisian. This. Wouldn't it be too much trouble for young hero Lin? Yang Dingtian burst into tears. He didn't expect Lin Yi to go see Yang Shuaizhen right after he arrived. How could he not be touched? Boss, you know me well. Shall we go now? Hua Shouyun and Lin Yi were familiar with each other, so he was more casual. He looked at Lin Yi excitedly. Let's go. You lead the way. Lin Yi said, Mr. Yui, take Yushu to rest for a while. I will come back for the banquet tonight. No problem. Yui nodded, young hero Lin, don't worry. Lin Yi nodded to Rocket Launcher and Yang Dingtian and followed Hua Shouyun to the cave where Yang Shuaizhen was. Although Rocket Launcher and Yang Dingtian wanted to follow, they were the hosts. They couldn't leave Yui and Yushu alone, so they could only give up. The two of them personally led Yui and Yushu to the guest room. The two disciples in red were speechless. They almost offended these guests. It seemed like they had to be more passionate in the future. However, Fiery Mountain didn't have many guests all year round. They had unknowingly developed this arrogant temperament. Yang Shuaizhen's corpse was placed in the cave of Fiery Mountain. Because of Yang Shuaizhen's fire attribute, it was guaranteed that she would still be alive and wouldn't die immediately. Hua Shouyun carefully opened the sealed stone door and reminded Lin Yi, it's very hot here. Boss Lin Yi, you have to be careful. Chapter 34-46. Oh. Lin Yi paused. He didn't feel that hot. In fact, they had come to the Hakonamata Desert and entered Flaming Mountain. There was definitely heat, but it didn't feel like it was unbearably hot. Yui was sweating profusely, but Lin Yi and Yushu were fine. It was understandable that Yushu was the inheritor, but Lin Yi. Right, Lin Yi was a practitioner of the 5 elements and 7 elements. He had a fire element in his body, so it was reasonable that he wasn't afraid of heat. Lin Yi also had the constitution that these fire element practitioners had, but he was stronger than them, not weaker than them. It's okay, I have a fire element in my body too. Lin Yi shook his head and quickly entered the cave. Yang Shuaizhen was lying on a rock in the cave, his face dark and blue, very ugly. If it wasn't for the very weak chi waves, Lin Yi would have thought that he was dead. But that didn't matter. As long as he was still breathing, Lin Yi would be able to heal him. Protect me, I'll heal him, said Lin Yi. In fact, there was no need for protection in Flaming Mountain. This was Hua Haoyun's territory, but Lin Yi was used to it. Okay, boss, don't worry, I won't let anyone disturb your treatment. Hua Haoyun said quickly. Lin Yi nodded and sat cross-legged. He used his hand to check Yang Shuaizhen's pulse, and then activated the art of Dragon Mastery to heal him. Yang Shuaizhen's injury was very serious. Even though Lin Yi was now at the perfect 3rd stage of the art of Dragon Mastery, he still needed some time to heal. Hua Haoyun looked at Lin Yi nervously, although he knew that Lin Yi was confident. But he couldn't relax until he saw Yang Shuaizhen recover. Time passed, minute by minute, second by second. Lin Yi finally stopped the incantation, and Yang Shuaizhen's face changed from green to red. Although it was white with a hint of red. It wasn't very healthy, but it was obvious that he was like a normal person, just a little weak. Alright, that's enough. Lin Yi stood up, he should wake up soon. That's great, boss, thank you so much. Otherwise, Shuaizhen wouldn't be able to leave this cave. Hua Haoyun sighed. It's nothing. Lin Yi waved his hand. Hua Haoyun, it's our relationship. Don't be so polite. As he said this, Yang Shuaizhen opened her eyes in a daze. Before she could clearly see her surroundings, she shouted, the everyday and everyday sect. You're so vicious. The environment of this cave was pretty much the same as the cave in the trial, and Yang Shuaizhen's memories were still stuck at the moment when she was hit by Naipeo. That was why he subconsciously called out to her. Shuaizhen, how are you? Hua Haoyun heard Yang Shuaizhen's voice, surprised and happy. He quickly ran over and crouched down. Ah! Yang Shuaizhen heard Hua Haoyun's voice. She paused and opened her eyes to see that it was Hua Haoyun in front of her, not Zhang Naipeo. She let out a breath of relief. It's Huayun bro. Why am I here? Didn't I go to the trial? Shuaizhen, the trial is over. You were heavily injured by Zhang Naipeo of the Everyday sect, and you only had one breath left. In order to keep you alive, my grandpa put you in the cave on Flaming Mountain. That's why you've survived until now. Hua Haoyun explained. So that's how it is. Yeah, I thought I was going to die. Yang Shuaizhen nodded, but found it strange. Then how did I recover? Did you guys find me a 4th level supreme level pill? No, it's not that. It's my boss, Master Lin Yi, who saved you. Shuaizhen, get up, you have to thank boss for saving you. Hua Haoyun said. Lin Yi. Young Shuaizhen paused. She had an impression of this name. He was the only one who could go against Zhang Naipeo in the trials, but why was he Hua Haoyun's boss now? But Yang Shuaizhen wasn't an idiot. Someone who could make Hua Haoyun respect him wholeheartedly had to have some skill, and just the fact that he could save her meant that he wasn't a normal person. Yang Shuaizhen quickly got up and bowed to Lin Yi. Thank you, Master Lin, for saving me. I'll be like Huayun bro in the future, doing everything I can for you. Haha, there's no need for that, as long as you're fine. Lin Yi smiled. In the future, train hard in the sect, and don't get into conflict with people like Zhang Naipeo with your arrogance. I understand. This trial also let me know that there's always someone better out there. Only people like Master Lin can look down on other practitioners. I'm still far from that level. Yang Shuaizhen had died once, and understood many things. Alright, it's time for the banquet, let's go. Lin Yi nodded. Okay, I feel like I haven't eaten for a long time, I'm a little hungry. Yang Shuaizhen was happy. The three of them returned to the living room of Fiery Mountain. Yushu and Yui had already been arranged to rest, but Rocket Launcher and Yang Dingtian heard that Yang Shuaizhen had woken up and could walk on his own, as if nothing had happened, and ran over excitedly. Shuaizhen, are you alright? Yang Dingtian was so excited that he was shaking. In his mind, Lin Yi could save Yang Shuaizhen's life, and he could even make him a cripple, but now he could walk. Yes, Grandpa, not only that, but I still have my strength. This time, I have to thank Master Lin. Yang Shuaizhen was also very excited. Master Lin, I don't know what to say, I really can't thank you enough. Yang Dingtian looked at Lin Yi, tears running down his old face, and the gratitude in his heart could no longer be expressed in words. This is what I should do. Huayun is my follower, and his friend is in trouble, I can't just ignore it. Lin Yi waved his hand. Ugh. Boss, me too, you won't abandon me, will you? Yang Shuaizhen quickly said after hearing this. You're following Hua Xianyun, so naturally, you're following me. I won't just stand by and watch your matters, Lin Yi smiled. Haha, that's good. Yang Shuaizhen heard this and immediately became happy. Chapter 34-47. Although Lin Yi wanted to stay longer with Yushu, Yui had to send Yuning to the endless West Sea after sending her off. Lin Yi also had to say goodbye to Yuning and find little Jiu before heading to Yellow Earth High Sect. In the past, Lin Yi always thought that it would be a while before the inheritors left, but he suddenly realized that it was already right in front of him. Was Sky Class Island about to open? Who knew what was on Sky Class Island? Would he meet Zhongli Ju? In that case, would there be experts as common as the clouds? Would he be able to successfully land on Heaven Stage Island? In other words, could the Heaven Stage Island be successfully opened? All of this was unknown. Thinking of this, Lin Yi was a little lost, but for Yu Xiaoke, for armadillo, for those inheritors, Lin Yi had to continue, no matter how difficult the road ahead was. Lin Yi had a feeling that Sky Class Island was the real beginning of his life. After all, he went from the lowest level of a practitioner to the height he was today. Lin Yi looked at the current world of practitioners and felt that the landscape was still too small. Those legendary figures, Lin Yi didn't meet any of them. Fourth-level refiner, blacksmith, mender, and so on, as well as those powerful divine weapons, Lin Yi didn't meet any of them. Although there were Sky-class masters using Sky-class divine weapons, from what Lin Yi saw, most of them were infused with qi and used with martial arts to achieve a stronger effect. But was a heaven-ranked divine weapon only used as a weapon to carry the load? Lin Yi felt that the current divine weapons were still a little lacking, and Shannon Cauldron was a top-level divine weapon. It was just that it was broken, and he didn't know how to repair it. The next morning, Lin Yi said goodbye to Rocket, Yushu, and the others. He was going back to the hidden house with Yui. On the way back, without Yushu's laughter, Lin Yi and Yui didn't talk at all. And Yui. He really didn't know what to say to Lin Yi. When they were almost at the hidden house, Yui asked, "Young hero Lin, are you coming with me to the hidden house? Let's go see Xiao Ning." After all, she's about to leave, Lin Yi said sadly. "All right. Young hero Lin." Yui hurriedly nodded. Cars. They drove all the way to the hidden house. With Yui sitting in the car didn't encounter any obstruction and went smoothly. Finally, it stopped at House Yu's parking lot. Yu Xing, who had rushed here after hearing the news, was also waiting in the parking lot. This time, Lin Yi's visit was different from the last time. Last time, although Yu Xing respected Lin Yi, he was also worried and afraid of the five-element sect behind him, so he didn't dare to be too close to Lin Yi. But now, Yu Xing had received the news of the five-element sect's death. Lin Yi actually killed so many five-element sect's disciples, and Elder Xianqun actually endured it. It was clear what this meant. And this time, Yui also reported to Yu Xing truthfully about the trip to Fiery Mountain. Yu Xing knew that if it wasn't for Lin Yi, Yui wouldn't have been able to complete the mission so smoothly. "Young hero Lin, welcome to our hidden house again." Yu Xing strode over and personally opened the car door for Lin Yi. "Elder Yu, no need to be so polite. With our relationship, you're like my grandfather. I'm too embarrassed to be so polite." Lin Yi quickly stopped Yu Xing and said, "Xiao Ning, Xiao Shu, and I are of the same generation. You can just treat me as a junior in the family." All right, then I won't be so courteous." "But young hero Lin, you don't have to be so courteous either. Just treat this as your own home." Yu Xing suddenly paused and said, "I heard that Mr. Lin has created a practitioners' union. I wonder if the hidden house you can join." "Oh." Lin Yi paused and understood immediately. This was Yu Xing's way of showing his goodwill. Yu Xing had probably noticed something as well. Currently, in the world of practitioners, there weren't many who could touch Lin Yi. This way, the hidden house you wouldn't have to worry too much about the five-element sect. As long as Lin Yi could manage the hidden house that Elder Xianqun wouldn't dare to do anything unless he wanted all his disciples to die. You can sign up with Ling Shan from the Occult Investigation Department. She'll be in charge of the Occult Investigation Department from now on. She's the vice chairman of the association. She's also the vice chairman of the investigation department. All right, I'll remember it. I'll talk to the other hidden houses and sects about it. We'll all join and receive young hero Lin's protection." Yu Xing said. "All right, I'll have to trouble you then, Elder Yu." Lin Yi naturally wanted the other hidden houses and sects to join the union, but with Lin Yi's current status, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask them to join. "Elder Yu is doing this right now. Leave it to me then." Elder Yu nodded and said, right, Xiaoning hasn't been in a good mood these 2 days. Young hero Lin, could you go talk to her for a bit? Alright, that's why I'm here. Lin Yi replied. Under Yu Xing and Yu Yi's lead, Lin Yi came to Yu Ning's room. Yu Ning was sitting quietly in front of the window, deep in thought. She didn't turn around when she heard the footsteps. She only said softly, I'm ready, we can leave for the endless West Sea tomorrow, Xiao Ning, I'm here. Lin Yi walked in quickly, his heart aching. She was the same as Shu, shouldering such an important mission. Although she was the little princess of House Yu and seemed to be stronger than Yushu, in fact, Yushu was right. Yushu was much freer and happier than her. Yu Ning was a bird in a cage, unable to fly out of the cage of House Yu. She had no friends, and she couldn't do what she liked. She spent every day in loneliness. In the past, Lin Yi sympathized with Shu, but at this moment, Lin Yi felt that Yu Ning was the most pitiful one. Ah, Lin Yi, you're here. Yu Ning looked back with some surprise. Her eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She didn't expect Lin Yi to come again before she left. Yeah, I just sent Shu away, so I came to see you. Lin Yi nodded, actually, you don't have to be so sad. When the things on Heavenly Island are over, we can come back. No one can control us then. Chapter 34-48. N. Yu Ning heard Lin Yi's words and was suddenly filled with hope. She turned to look at Lin Yi. I've heard a lot about you these days. Now, you're even stronger than the ancient people, right? Girls always hoped that their Mr. Right was the best and the strongest, and Yu Ning was the same. I'm not that much stronger than them. At least, they can't do anything to me. Lin Yi smiled, so, in the future, you don't have to be afraid. I'll follow you all the way, including when you go to Sky Class Island. Yeah, you have so many wives, all inheritors, of course you have to follow. Yu Ning glanced at Lin Yi. Most importantly, I still have you, right? Lin Yi smiled as he held Yu Ning's hand. N. Yu Ning responded with an inaudible sound. Yu Xing and Yu Yi had already retreated. They believed that nothing would happen between Lin Yi and Yu Ning. At this moment, Lin Yi was a senior master. In their hearts, he was an existence that they couldn't simply doubt. Lin Yi and Yu Ning didn't have much to say at this moment. When the two of them were together, they communicated more spiritually than words. It was a feeling and tacit understanding. The two of them stood in front of the window, hand in hand, under the sunset, enjoying the peace of parting. But time flew, and in the blink of an eye, the sun had set. House Yu's banquet had begun. Lin Yi and Yu Ning appeared in the banquet hall of House Yu, but no one said a word. Even Yu Shaoqin ignored them. Elder Yu, Uncle Yu. Lin Yi greeted Yu Xing and Yu Shaoqin politely. The two of them were flattered, especially Yu Shaoqin. At this moment, if he could say that Lin Yi was Yu Shaoqin's son-in-law, then Yu Shaoqin's status in the world of practitioners would instantly rise. Those ancient masters wouldn't dare provoke him, they'd take a detour. Who wasn't afraid of death? Young hero Lin, you're too polite. Yu Shaoqin quickly said, quick, please sit, you're an important guest of the hidden House Yu. I hope that young hero Lin will come visit more often in the future. Even if Ning leaves, this is still your home, isn't it? There's also Shu. Lin Yi paused. Yu Shaoqin meant that Yu Ning and Yu Shu would be with Lin Yi in the future. Of course, it would be after the Sky Class Island project, but at least he wouldn't have any conflict with Lin Yi. Thinking about it, this was actually the reality. Many of these large families prioritized benefits. Now that Lin Yi's reputation could bring them enough benefits, they would naturally have such an attitude. Even if Lin Yi, Yu Ning, and Yu Shu went to Sky Class Island in the future, there would still be a lot of Lin Yi's people in the common world. Unknowingly, Lin Yi's loyal followers had spread all over the realms, and their strength wasn't any weaker than Lin Yi's. Once those masters left, the world would be theirs. If the hidden house you could ride on this momentum, they'd definitely continue to shine. Yu Shaochen didn't even think about the Sky-class island project. With his strength, it had nothing to do with him. Including Yu Xing, his first thought was to develop House Yu as well. He didn't think about breaking through to the next level, and so they were stuck at the hidden level. At most, they'd wait for Lin Yi to rise, and they'd rise to the ancient level. When that time came, perhaps many years later, they'd have the thought of breaking through to the next level. This was something that they could say and think about at any time. Because of the hidden house Yu's attention, this meal was joyous and harmonious, and Yu Ning was very happy. Her father Yu Shaochen had finally given her a clear answer. In the past, Yu Ning didn't care about others, but Yu Shu. Ever since she found out that Yu Shu was her sister, she'd been worried. It was normal for a practitioner like this to have multiple wives and concubines, so it wasn't surprising. However, for a pair of sisters to marry the same person at the same time was a bit unrealistic, and the families usually wouldn't do that in order to maximize their benefits. But now, it seemed that the family valued Lin Yi's strong charisma, and no one could be compared to him, so the hidden house Yu made the final decision. Happy times were always short-lived. Tomorrow morning, Yu Ning and Yu Yi would head to the endless West Sea, and Lin Yi couldn't go there. First, he didn't know anyone, and second, he had to send Tu Ran back to Huangtugao sect. After saying goodbye to Yu Ning, Lin Yi also drove back to Donghai City. On the way, Lin Yi called by Weituo again, but on the other side of the phone, it was still turned off. Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. The phones nowadays could be used for roaming, and even if he was overseas, the original number should still be able to receive calls. Even if the phone ran out of battery and was turned off, why was it still turned off? Could it be that there was a problem? But Bai Weituo was just going for a vacation. What problem could there be? In fact, what Lin Yi didn't know was that Bai Weituo and his group really had a problem. Bai Weituo and He Meiwei went for a vacation, and Zhang Duopan and Fan Ganhe, who got the news, also followed. Zhang Duopan had been pursuing He Meiwei, and even if Bai Weituo and He Meiwei went out for a vacation, he also followed. His purpose was to prevent Bai Weituo and He Meiwei from taking a step further. Because everyone was classmates, Zhang Duopan pretended to meet them at the airport, and he proposed to travel with Bai Weituo. In fact, he just found someone to check the airline records, and he knew that Bai Weituo and He Meiwei were on the same flight. Although Bai Weituo was unwilling, even if he was unwilling, they were on the same flight, and he couldn't chase them away. What's more, they were all classmates outside, so he couldn't go overboard. After all, Zhang Duopan said it in a dignified manner, and everyone met by chance, so they should travel together, and they could take care of each other. You should rely on your classmates when you're out. In front of her classmates, He Meiwei didn't agree to share a room with Bai Weituo, which made Bai Weituo somewhat disappointed. Zhang Duopan and Fan Ganhe also stayed in the same hotel. Therefore, the four people traveled together every day, and it was quite harmonious, and there were no fights. Zhang Duopan probably saw it clearly, and what he had to do at this time was to prevent Bai Weituo and He Meiwei from taking a step further, and he had to improve his image and competitiveness in He Meiwei's eyes. Chapter 34-49. In Southeast Asia, there were many formal and luxurious casinos, so Bai Weituo and He Meiwei didn't refuse. After all, it was a worthwhile trip. Originally, Bai Weituo didn't want to go, but he couldn't resist the constant persuasion of the two. If he didn't go, Bai Weituo couldn't do anything. He couldn't even do anything private with He Meiwei. These two were stuck in their room like gummies. Anyway, they would bring them here and there every day. They would eat supper and play cards until late at night. They didn't give Bai Weituo any chance. In fact, Bai Weituo also understood their intentions and thoughts, but they didn't say it clearly. They had a tacit understanding, and Bai Weituo couldn't say anything about this kind of thing. Since they followed, this situation was inevitable. Therefore, Bai Weituo agreed to go to the casino to take a look. Anyway, the benefit was that the expenses were borne by Zhang Duopan. Bai Weituo was a poor student, and Boss Bai wouldn't give him much pocket money. Therefore, Bai Weituo was happy to see Zhang Duopan spending the money. Yomiao Casino was a relatively large casino nearby. It was opened in the past 10 years, so the decoration was quite luxurious. The four took a taxi from the hotel to Yomiao Casino. However, the clothes of the four guests looked like tourists, so the waiters quickly received them. The four of you are here for a tour. Are you here to play or to satisfy your craving? If you want to satisfy your craving, I suggest you play with the corner machines on the first floor. The waiter introduced enthusiastically. And we are here for a tour. However, we don't lack money. Give me more chips, said Zhang Duopan. Okay, no problem, but please show your identification, such as your passport or your local ID card. I want to register your age. According to the regulations, we will be punished if we enter the casino as minors, said the waiter. Oh, so troublesome. Zhang Duopan took out his student ID card. Fortunately, his student ID card was always in his wallet. His passport was in the hotel. Then he said, the four of us are all classmates. Is it fine to check one? That's fine too. The waiter nodded. As long as these people were really adults, there wouldn't be a problem. In fact, there were people checking every day. It was just in case. Then give us chips. Zhang Duopan took out a credit card. Yes, sir. The waiter said. The four of them took the exchanged chips and went into play. On the other side, a man in the monitoring room looked at the synchronized registration information on the computer. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he quickly picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Tu phone, what's the matter?" A vigorous and forceful voice rang out. "Hello, Faction Master Kuan. I've followed your instructions and kept an eye on the guests from East Ocean City. There are 4 guests today, and one of them is from East Ocean City." Tu Feng was the person in charge of this casino and the backbone of Right Seedling sect. The Right Miao sect was a very large local gang, and the Right Miao Casino was naturally the Right Miao sect's business. The sect leader was called Kun Cun. In his early years, he was the subordinate of a high priest in the Miaojiang region. He learned some goose spells and evil mental cultivation methods. After the high priest fell from power, he escaped to Southeast Asia and founded the Right Miao sect. However, one of his disciples, Park Huati, had gone to East Ocean City to train, and there was no news of him after that. After waiting for a long time, Kun Cun didn't return. Subconsciously, Kun Cun felt that something must have happened. However, the high priest was killed by the people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, and the bureau still had Kun Cun's arrest warrant. Therefore, Kun Cun didn't dare to return to Huaxia in private, afraid that the bureau would deal with him. But there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Plus, it wasn't like no one knew that Lin Yi had killed Pu Huati, at least in the casino. In the end, the news still reached Kun Cun's ears. Moreover, he already knew that the person who killed Park Huati was Lin Yi, a student of East Ocean Industry University. Therefore, he asked his people to keep an eye on the guests from East Ocean City, especially the students of East Ocean Industry University. If they saw them, they would immediately capture them and find out more about the situation. If they were acquaintances with Lin Yi, they could lure Lin Yi to Southeast Asia and kill Lin Yi in one fell swoop. Oh. Really? Then, are they in contact with East Ocean Industry University? Kun Cun asked immediately. What a coincidence. That guy named Zhang Duopan is a first-year student of East Ocean Industry University. Maybe he knows the guy named Lin Yi. Tu Feng said. Okay. Go and find out. If they know Lin Yi, capture them immediately. Kun Cun ordered. Yes. Tu Feng replied immediately. After hanging up the phone, Tu Feng went straight downstairs. At this time, the waiters and waitresses saw him and greeted him. However, Tu Feng waved his hand and signaled them to be quiet. He followed the surveillance cameras and easily found Zhang Duopan and the other 3 people. Bet on 32. This 32 will definitely win. Tu Feng said to Zhang Duopan, who was playing roulette. Really? Zhang Duopan was stunned when he heard someone talking to him. Of course, I play here often. Tu Feng smiled. I think you guys are also from Huaxia, right? Me too, hee hee. Really? I see. Then I'll listen to you this time. Although Zhang Duopan bet 32, he was just playing for fun and didn't know anything about probability. Since someone said so, he would just give them face. Otherwise, he would just bet randomly. However, what Zhang Duopan did not expect was that the final number on the roulette wheel was actually 32. What do you think? Am I right? Tu Feng smiled lightly. Yes. Zhang Duopan was overjoyed. Brother, are you the god of gamblers? Why don't you tell me what I should bet on to win the next round? Let me calculate this round. Tu Feng pretended to be mysterious and pondered for a while. Then, he said, 27 lines. Okay, I'll listen to you. 27. Zhang Duopan bet 27, but this time, he put in more chips. These things were child's play to Tu Feng. He could make his subordinates in the monitoring room change the data with just a few words. So, whatever he said was the law. The reason why he was so patient with Zhang Duopan was that he didn't want to catch anyone in the casino. Chapter 3450. 27. 27. 27. Zhang Duopan didn't expect it to be 27 again, which meant that he won again. He looked at Tu Feng with surprise and said, Big brother, you're really good. Aren't you invincible in this casino? Sure. I'll tell you a secret. I'm actually a consultant in the casino, which is what you call a high-level dealer. I can't gamble. Tu Feng laughed softly. I saw that you're from the same country, so I talked to you a little more. I see. Big brother, aren't you very good? Consultants are usually the best gamblers in the casino. Zhang Duopan had seen a few movies about casinos, so he naturally knew what a consultant was. It's all right. By the way, where are you from? Tu Feng pretended to be nonchalant and asked. I'm currently studying in Donghai City. Donghai City, have you heard of it? It's a capital city in the north, Zhang Duopan said. Of course I've heard of it. I have a friend there. Tu Feng said. Friend? Really? What a coincidence. Big brother, what's your friend's name? I might even know him. Zhang Duopan purposely tried to get close to Tu Feng. His purpose was to get some pointers from Tu Feng so that he could enjoy being the god of gamblers. His name is Lin Yi. He's very good at kung fu. Have you heard of him? Tu Feng said casually. What? Lin Yi? Zhang Duopan's eyes widened. However, he thought that it might be the same name, so he asked, what does this Lin Yi do? I know someone, but I'm not sure if it's the same person. The Lin Yi I know is a first-year student at Donghai Industry University, Tu Feng said. Oh yeah, brother, which school are you studying at? Have you heard of it? Donghai Industry University. A first-year student. Zhang Duopan was now completely convinced that this Lin Yi was the Lin Yi he knew. He was surprised and happy. Big brother, I'm studying at this school. I know the Lin Yi you're talking about. He's my classmate, and we're quite close. Do you see that person over there? Bai Weituo is Lin Yi's little brother. They're roommates. Oh. Tu Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. It really didn't take any effort at all. Previously, he was still worried that if an ordinary student was kidnapped here, would Lin Yi be forced to come here? Now that this was Lin Yi's dormitory underling, Lin Yi had no choice but to come. Thinking of this, Tu Feng said, "That's really fate. Why don't you all come to my office and have a seat? I have to entertain the friends of my friends. I'll treat you all to a meal and then show you the VIP casino upstairs. It will definitely be an eye-opener for you." "That's great. I'll have to trouble you, big brother. I'll go call them." Zhang Duopan was overjoyed. This was like a pie falling from the sky. He originally hated Lin Yi, but now that he could use Lin Yi's name to eat, drink, and receive VIP treatment, he was naturally happy not to say anything. "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Tu Feng nodded. Therefore, Zhang Duopan quickly walked towards Bai Weituo. Bai Weituo wasn't a gambler. He was just here to see the fun. If he really wanted to gamble, he would just try it out. He didn't play much. There were still a lot of chips left in his hand. When he saw Zhang Duopan walking over, he nodded. "How was it? Did you win?" I won a small amount, but I got to know a master." Zhang Duopan said proudly. "He's the consultant of this casino. He's also the highest level dealer. Guess what? He's actually from our side, and he's good friends with Lin Yi. We got to know each other after chatting. He invited us to his office to eat, and then show us the VIP room upstairs. Aw. There's such a good thing." Bai Weituo subconsciously thought that it was a scam. Could it be a trap to make them lose money? "I don't doubt it. He asked me where I was from, and I said I went to Donghai. He took the initiative to ask me if I knew Lin Yi. I didn't say it at all." Zhang Duopan saw Bai Weituo's hesitation, so he waved his hand and said, "Do you think he's a godly mathematician? How could he know Lin Yi?" "Don't worry, there's definitely no problem." "Is that so?" Bai Weituo listened to Zhang Duopan's explanation, and he was relieved. It wasn't a trap, but they really knew each other. That was great. Bai Weituo also knew that Lin Yi had a wide range of connections. It wasn't surprising that he knew someone here. So, he turned his head and looked at Himeiwe. "Let's go take a look then." Hearing about Lin Yi, Himeiwe's heart moved, and she nodded in agreement. Since Himeiwe agreed, Bai Weituo didn't have any reason to refuse. So, he followed Zhang Duopan to the casino. At this time, Tu Feng arranged things again, and the waiter beside him also began to greet him. "Consultant 2, then I'll go first." A man in a dealer costume greeted Zhang Duopan and the others after they came over. "You go first. It doesn't matter that I won some money from a small fight. Our casino is open for business, and it's important to be honest. I can't come out and find trouble with others just because they won some money. This is not in line with the rules." Tu Feng waved his hand and said, "Big brother, are you busy?" Zhang Duopan walked over and asked. Seeing Zhang Duopan and Bai Weituo coming over, Tu Feng smiled and explained, "It's nothing. A new dealer saw a customer winning millions, so he came to find me. In fact, it's not a big deal. Let's go, I'll bring you upstairs." With the previous dealer's conversation, Bai Weituo no longer had any doubts. In fact, Tu Feng was really from this casino, but he wasn't a senior consultant. He was just the person in charge. However, it was impossible for a person in charge of a casino to come to the first floor for no reason. It wasn't realistic, so he installed the title of a consultant for himself. Fan Ganha was nearby, and he was caught by Zhang Duopan. They introduced themselves and followed Tu Feng upstairs. Along the way, there were many people who respectfully called Mr. Tuesday. The four of them followed Tu Feng into a high-class luxurious office. The four of them no longer had any doubts. However, when they entered the office and Tu Feng closed the door, he was suddenly restrained by four black-shirted men in the room. His hands and feet were tied and thrown on the sofa. Chapter 34:51. Bai Weitua took a deep breath. He'd felt that there was a problem before, but Zhang Duopan said that Tu Feng was the one who brought up Lin Yi, and later things proved that this Tu Feng really was the casino's high-level consultant. But now, it seemed that he'd made a mistake. In other words, this person was from the casino, but his purpose was not pure. I'm just a few poor students. I don't have much money. It's useless even if you kidnap us. Fan Ganha shouted, there are so many big bosses here. Why didn't you kidnap them? Why did you kidnap us? Shut up. Tu Feng glared at Fan Ganha coldly and said, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for knowing Lin Yi. I have a grudge against Lin Yi. In order to attract him here, I can only use you as bait. Tu Feng didn't need to hide it. Anyway, he had already captured them. What was the point of hiding? Ah. Zhang Duopan was stunned. He didn't expect this to be the reason. It turned out that Tu Feng and Lin Yi weren't friends, but enemies. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have been so stupid to get close to Tu Feng. He would have quickly drawn a clear line between them. Tu Feng wanted to take revenge on Lin Yi and implicated him. Brother, I lied to you just now. In fact, Lin Yi and I are enemies. If you capture me, Lin Yi will be even happier. He won't come here at all. Zhang Duopan said quickly. Didn't you say that he is Lin Yi's little brother and that he shares the same dorm with Lin Yi? Why, are you two enemies now? Tu Feng sneered. He is indeed Lin Yi's little brother, and we share the same dorm. But I'm not. My relationship with Lin Yi is very bad. I hate him to death. Zhang Duopan said. Do you think I'll believe you? You and Lin Yi are sworn enemies, and he's Lin Yi's underling. Who do you think you're trying to fool? Tu Feng looked at Zhang Duopan mockingly. Ugh, this. I'll be honest. Bai Weitua and I, who is Lin Yi's underling, are both pursuing a girl. That's why we came out together. There's no other relationship. We are actually rivals in love. Zhang Duopan said. Oh, so what? Tu Feng asked. Big brother, you can let me go. You just need to detain that Bai Weitua. He's the most important. If you detain him, Lin Yi will definitely come. I'm not lying. Zhang Duopan quickly said. And then let you go? Tu Feng asked. That's right. Zhang Duo nodded. Then you'll call the police, and we'll all be doomed, right? Tu Feng said indifferently. How is that possible? How can I call the police? I can't wait for Bai Weitua to die. Zhang Duopan said. Don't you like this girl? She's also detained. Can you not call the police to save her? Don't you know how to be a hero and save the beauty? Tu Feng asked. Why don't you let her go too? Just detain Bai Weitua. Zhang Duopan said. I see that she treats Bai Weitua better than you. If I'm not wrong, she and Bai Weitua are now in a relationship, right? If I let her go, will she not save Bai Weitua? Tu Feng sneered, all right, don't do such useless things. Just stay here. I won't do anything to you. Our boss's target is Lin Yi. After that, Tu Feng said to the four macho men, lock them in the room. Give them food regularly. Don't worry about them at other times. Yes, Mr. Tu. The four macho men quickly responded. Then, each of them grabbed one person and threw Bai Weitua and the other into the room of the office. Bang! The door was locked. Damn, Bai Weitua, it's all because of your boss. Otherwise, how could we be arrested? Zhang Duopan complained in frustration. You're still scolding me. If you didn't show off and say that boss Lin Yi is your friend, would it be like this? Bai Weitua said angrily, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Don't talk about others. Alright, stop arguing. The most important thing is not to quarrel, but what should we do? He Meiwe frowned and said, I don't know. Can Lin Yi come to save us? Boss Lin Yi should be able to come, but these people are obviously prepared. I don't know if there will be any danger. Bai Weitua smiled bitterly and said, we really know how to cause trouble. We just came out to play and caused such a big trouble. There's no other way. We can only wait. He Meiwe persuaded, but Lin Yi is so powerful. There should be no problem, I hope so. Bai Weitua sighed. Listening to the conversation between the two, Zhang Duopan and Fan Ganhe were relieved. Fortunately, Bai Weitua was here. Lin Yi would definitely come. When Lin Yi came, they would be useless. He would definitely let them go, but they would be locked up for a while. After Tu Feng left, he went to report to Sect Master Kun Cun. He told Sect Master Kun that these people were Lin Yi's classmates. Sect Master Kun was very excited and immediately dialed Lin Yi's phone number. Lin Yi's phone number wasn't a secret. He had already inquired about it, but he didn't call it. There was no reason. If he rashly said that he wanted to find trouble and asked Lin Yi to come to Southeast Asia, then Lin Yi couldn't come either. Lin Yi didn't have any problems. If you want to find trouble, do it yourself. Why ask someone to come to your door? How sick are you? Is this Lin Yi? After the phone was dialed, Kun Cun said. That's me. You are. Looking at the unfamiliar number and listening to the unfamiliar voice, Lin Yi didn't know who the other party was. Let me introduce myself. I'm Southeast Asia's Right Miao Sect Master. My name is Kun Cun. Kun Cun laughed and said, do you know Pu Huati? I wonder if you still remember him. Pu Huati. Lin Yi frowned slightly and his heart skipped a beat. Of course, Lin Yi had an impression of this person. Back then, he was the one who colluded with the hidden Zhao family to trick Qin Shi. He wanted to harm Qin Shi, but Lin Yi killed him. And the owner of this phone, what was he going to do? Lin Yi said calmly, so what if I do? So what if I don't? Pu Huati is a disciple of my Right Miao sect. You killed him. Don't you think I, as the sect master, should get back at him? Kun Cun said lightly, come to Southeast Asia now. I'll wait for you here. You want me to go? I don't have time. Lin Yi thought to himself that this person must have a problem. If he wants me to go, I'll go. I still have things to do. If you want to find trouble, do it yourself. If I'm not home, you can wait at my door. Chapter 3452. First update. Asking for votes. Recommending Fishman's new book, Ultimate Young Master Cultivator. I'm afraid they won't be able to return anytime soon. Come and pick them up when you have time. Kun Cun said and was about to hang up. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye, Mr. Lin Yi. Wait. What classmate? Lin Yi heard Kun Cun's words and immediately thought of Bai Weitua. He quickly asked, speak clearly. Aren't your classmates here on vacation? I think they're called Zhang Duopan and Bai Weiduo. If you're not coming to pick them up, let them play here first. They won't starve to death anyway. Kun Cun said. Tell me the address and I'll come to you. Lin Yi took a deep breath, but before I get there, you have to ensure their safety. That's no problem. Our sect has its own rules. We won't involve ordinary people. You're a cultivator. We're looking for you. Kun Cun said faintly, I'll send my address to your phone later. Come as soon as possible. Okay. Lin Yi nodded and agreed. Then I'll wait for Mr. Lin's arrival. Don't go back now that you're here. Ha 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 ha. Kun Cun laughed and hung up. Lin Yi looked at his phone and frowned. He wanted to go directly to the Axe Island where he trained when he was young and bring little Nine to the Yellow Soil High Sect. But it seemed like plans couldn't keep up with the changes. He had to go to Southeast Asia first. With Bai Weiduo in trouble, Lin Yi had to inform Boss Bai. So he decided to return to Donghai City first and make a decision later. Since Kun Cun wanted to use Bai Weiduo to lure him to Southeast Asia's Right Miao sect, there shouldn't be any problems before he went. Lin Yi was relieved. The car drove all the way and finally stopped in front of his Donghai City mansion. It was evening now. Wang Xinyan should be at home. Judging from the bright lights in the living room, it should be so. Lin Yi opened the door and walked in. Wang Xinyan was indeed at home, but there were two people in the living room that surprised Lin Yi. Boss, you're back. Gooden stood up from the sofa happily and ran over to give Lin Yi a bear hug. Yuan, who was beside him, also stood up and greeted Lin Yi shyly. Gooden, why are you two here? Lin Yi looked at Gooden, pleasantly surprised. He didn't think that Gooden would be able to find the villa in Donghai, but it was probably old Lin who told him. It's the autumn harvest, so there's nothing to do. I've dried some meat, and Yuan wanted to come back for a walk too, so we came over. We brought some meat for you, boss. Didn't you like my meat the most? Gooden said. Gooden, you're really considerate. Lin Yi didn't think that Gooden would still remember this. He was touched. Although this was just a small matter in life, it showed that Gooden really cared about him. He made the meat and even brought it over personally. It's nothing. Yuan also wanted to go out for a walk. West Star Mountain is too small. She's a girl from the city. How could she stay there all the time? Gooden smiled. But speaking of which, your way of speaking has become much more standard. Last time, you would say, I, or something. Yuan corrected you, right? Lin Yi smiled. Yeah, she taught me how to speak Mandarin. Gooden scratched his head honestly, but this also showed how much he cared about Yuan. What's the arrangement between you two? Lin Yi got a headache just thinking about it. He was planning to go to Southeast Asia immediately after coming back, but now that Gooden was here, he had to welcome him. But Bai Weiduo couldn't just not save him, so Lin Yi was in a difficult position. It's nothing, Yuan just wanted to go around. Gooden said. I promised her that I'd bring her on a honeymoon after we get married, but I've been busy and didn't have time. Now that I finally have time, I want to see where we can go. Why don't you two come with me to Southeast Asia? Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. Southeast Asia was a good place to visit. Gooden didn't have a destination anyway, so it didn't matter where he went. Lin Yi could save Bai Weiduo and welcome Gooden at the same time. It was killing two birds with one stone. That's fine. But Gooden was a little short on money. He hunted for a living, and most of his money was used to support his family. His savings were limited. Lin Yi and Gooden had known each other for so many years, how could he not know what he was thinking? He smiled. You're my guest, how could I let you spend money? All the expenses are on me. If you don't want to, then leave immediately. Take your meat with you, I don't want it. That. Heh, alright then. Gooden didn't bother being polite with Lin Yi. He knew from Lin Yi's words that Lin Yi really didn't care about stuff like that. If he didn't accept Lin Yi's kindness, then Lin Yi would really get angry. Boss, I'm really sorry for making you spend money. Yuan followed Gooden's lead and called Lin Yi. In the countryside, the eldest child of the housekeeper would also be called boss, meaning big brother. Xinyan, arrange their lodgings first, I'll go to teacher Bai's for a bit. Lin Yi said to Xinyan. Okay, go. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Xinyan shook her head. Lin Yi didn't say anything else and went straight to Boss Bai's place. Boss Bai was a little surprised at Lin Yi's visit so late. Lil Yi, you're back. Yeah, I just finished my business over there, so I came back to see. Lin Yi said, Master, there's something I've been thinking about, and I still need to tell you. Oh. What is it? Come in. Boss Bai waved his hand and signaled for Lin Yi to come in. Axian, look who's here. Guan Axian walked out and was surprised to see Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you're here. Do you need me to cook? It's okay, it's too late, you don't need to cook. I'm here because I have something to talk to Master about, Lin Yi said. Go do what you need to do. Oh. I see. Guan Axian was a little disappointed. After all, Lin Yi wasn't here for her. She lowered her head and prepared to go back to her herbs. These days, she had been slowly learning from the herbs, and she believed that she would succeed soon. Chapter 34-53. Master. I didn't. Guan Axian blushed. Master, this is not the time to joke. I really have something to do. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and said, Xin, don't think too much. It's by Weituo. Didn't he go to Southeast Asia? In the end, he was detained. Ah. Guan Axian was shocked. It turned out that it was not that Lin Yi didn't care about her, but there was something more important. At this moment, Guan Axian's mood was a lot better. She was not as disappointed as before. She quickly asked, what happened? How could he be detained? Although Boss Bai was not as shocked as Guan Axian, he also frowned slightly and looked at Lin Yi. Why? What did he do? The other party is from the Right Miao clan. One of their disciples caused trouble in the casino here and was killed by me. Lin Yi said, I don't know why, but Bai Weituo and the others may have been found out by them to be my friends. Maybe we are very close, so they imprisoned Bai Weituo and asked me to go over. However, I think they are targeting me. They probably won't do anything to Bai Weituo. This brat, why did he go out and talk nonsense? Doesn't he know that trouble comes from a loose tongue? If he didn't say it, who would know that you two are related? Boss Bai couldn't help but be angry after hearing it. When this brat comes back, I will teach him a lesson. He caused trouble at the critical moment. Lin Yi didn't expect Boss Bai to be not worried but angry after hearing it. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, it's not his fault. It's my fault for offending the Right Miao clan. You can't blame anyone for this. I have an impression of the Right Miao clan disciple you mentioned. You mentioned him to me before, right? His name is Pu Hua Ti or something. Boss Bai waved his hand and said, even if it was me, I would have killed him if I had the ability to. What does this have to do with you? I'm just angry that Bai Weituo can't help me at all. All he knows is to go out and cause trouble. Master, don't talk about Bai Weituo. He has a girlfriend. It's impossible for him to go out and play. He's a young man. Lin Yi quickly explained. Aren't you also a young man? Why don't you go and play? Boss Bai snorted. I'm not optimistic about Himeiwa either. She's too narrow-minded, and Bai Weituo is too honest. I'm afraid that they will suffer losses in the future. Lin Yi didn't expect that Boss Bai also found that Himeiwa was a bit cunning, but he couldn't say anything about this kind of thing, so he could only say, forget it. Bai Weituo is not young anymore. He has his own choice, and he knows it's right and wrong. That's why I didn't interfere. I hope that girl will put her mind to the right place. Boss Bai waved his hand and said, by the way, you know about the Heaven Stage trial, right? Ancestor Xianqun called earlier and told me about this. I wanted to let you go, but he specifically asked for an inheritor, Guan Xin. Plus, there's only one spot for each sect, and we're not even a sect yet. The only reason we're letting Guan Xin go is because she's an inheritor. So you're in a lot of trouble. If you don't participate in the trials, you won't even have the chance to go to the island. Oh, that's it. Lin Yi hurriedly said, Master, you don't have to worry about it. Even if we don't have a spot, there are other ways to go. I have the incomplete map of the Heaven Stage Island. Oh. So you have that thing. Boss Bai was enlightened, and after hearing Lin Yi's words, he was relieved. If Lin Yi had the incomplete map of the Heaven Stage Island, then in theory, he could participate in the trials of the Heaven Stage. According to the original agreement, if the incomplete map was obtained by a rogue cultivator, then he could participate in the trials of the Heaven Stage unconditionally. If it was obtained by a disciple of a sect or family, as long as the family didn't object, or didn't send another disciple to replace him, then that person could also participate in the trials of the Heaven Stage smoothly. Now, even if Lin Yi wasn't a rogue cultivator, he was still Boss Bai's disciple. As long as Boss Bai didn't object, Lin Yi could still participate in the trials of the Heaven Stage. I got it a long time ago, but I didn't know what to use it for. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. Lin Yi nodded and said, then let's do this for now. It's getting late, I'm going back. Early tomorrow morning, I'm going to Southeast Asia to rescue Bai Weituo. Be careful, I've heard of the Right Miao clan. It seems to be a remnant of the Miaojiang. I don't know how strong he is now, but he shouldn't be underestimated. Boss Bai reminded, don't underestimate him. Although Bai Weituo is my grandson, you are also my disciple. In my heart, the identity of a disciple is the same as that of a grandson. I don't want one to get hurt or die because of the other. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. This is a disaster that he caused, so he should bear it himself. Who asked him to go out and talk so much? I understand. Don't worry, I don't care about a mere Right Miao clan. Although Lin Yi said it casually, his heart was still beating like a drum. That was because the Right Miao clan was obviously different from normal cultivation sections. It was a sect that started with evil arts. What they were good at was different from normal cultivation. Lin Yi didn't know if he had the advantage to win. Lin Yi. Guan Xin saw that Lin Yi was about to leave, and she suddenly became anxious. She stomped her feet and said to Lin Yi, can you come here for a while? I have something to talk to you about, oh. Lin Yi was slightly stunned, and then he nodded and said, of course, no problem. Boss Bai was also a little curious about what Guan Xin wanted to say to Lin Yi, but he wasn't that nosy. He stood up and said, you guys talk, I'm going to wash up and rest. With that, Boss Bai left the living room and went to the bathroom. Lin Yi. Do you like me? Guan Xin suddenly opened her mouth and looked straight at Lin Yi. This time, she was bolder than anyone else, unlike her usual shyness. Lin Yi was stunned by Guan Xin's sudden question. Why would the usually reserved Guan Xin suddenly ask this? However, although Lin Yi was a little confused, he still nodded and said, I like it. Chapter 34-54. 1 update every weekend, 2 updates every Monday, please vote. It was as if Guan Axayan was talking to herself as she recounted everything that had happened between her and Lin Yi in detail. There were some details that he'd forgotten, but Guan Axayan still remembered them so vividly. If Guan Axayan didn't say it out loud, Lin Yi wouldn't have known that he was so important in her heart. Lin Yi listened to Guan Axayan's heartfelt outburst. He liked Guan Axayan, but it was just a normal kind of liking. It wasn't to the point where he loved Guan Axayan to the point where he loved her to death. Guan Axayan's sudden confession made Lin Yi feel like he couldn't accept it. Should he accept it or not? But now it seemed like he couldn't reject it. Lin Yi had always been passive in his relationships. His relationships with girls were more like a natural process. Facing Guan Axayan now, Lin Yi couldn't say that he didn't like her, but it was still a bit far from being her boyfriend. Master told me that I'm going to become an inheritor of the wood element and open the island. It's a dangerous mission, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to see you again, so I have to tell you this today. Guan Axayan let out a long sigh of relief as she finished her story. Guan Axayan was the inheritor of the wood element. Lin Yi had heard Boss Bai reveal a bit about it before, but he didn't say it for sure. But today, both of them confirmed it, so it must be true. He really didn't think that the inheritor of the wood element was Guan Axayan. Didn't this mean that other than Elder Tang of the Snowy Valley, all the other inheritors were related to him? This gave Lin Yi a headache. Was this a coincidence? Or was this the will of the heavens? Or could it be said that coming to Songshan City was a trap set up by someone with ulterior motives? Lin Yi wasn't sure. The mission that could feed him for the rest of his life allowed Lin Yi to walk step by step to where he was now. Was old Lin in the know? Lin Yi didn't know, and no one told him. The only thing he knew was that he had to keep going. Regardless of whether it was a trap or not, he could not stop moving forward. The Sky-class island plan. Actually, Axayan, you should know that the people beside me, Meng Yao, Yushu, and Xiao Xiao, as well as Yuning and Little Nine, who you don't know. They're all inheritors, so I have to follow them all the way. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen, and I won't be at ease. Since you're also an inheritor, then let's go together. Lin Yi comforted with a smile. Ah, these inheritors. You know all of them. Guan Axayan's expression changed. Naturally, she knew that Xiao Xiao and Tang Yun were inheritors, but she didn't know that Meng Yao and Yushu were inheritors too. Moreover, Yuning and Little Nine Lin Yi also knew each other. What was their relationship? They should be very close, right? This way, they were all inheritors, and they were all connected to Lin Yi. Guan Axayan let out a breath of relief. She would not become a little lonely just because she was a special case. But Lin Yi probably didn't know about Tang Yun yet, he'd probably be even more shocked if he did. All the inheritors were connected to him, this was too much of a coincidence. Yeah, other than Shuegu's inheritor, I'm not really familiar with them. Of course, it's not our relationship. The other inheritors, more or less. You know. Lin Yi said awkwardly. Shuegu, wasn't it Tang Yun? Guan Axayan couldn't help but chuckle. She's your first girlfriend. A real girlfriend. Okay, then I don't have to worry. Guan Axayan nodded. There's one more thing I didn't want to say, but you gave me hope for the Sky-class island plan, maybe I can really come back alive, so I have to say it now. What is it? Lin Yi paused, he couldn't think of anything that Guan Axayan cared so much about. It didn't seem to have anything to do with training or inheritors. It's like this. My dad arranged a marriage for me when I was young, and there wasn't any news about it, but suddenly, he told me that there was news, and he told me to prepare to meet the fiancé. Guan Axayan said, troubled. I've never met him, and I don't like him. It's fine if I don't know you, but now the person I like is you, and my dad wants me to meet him. What should I do? Sweat. Lin Yi didn't think that Guan Xian's father would be so serious about the marriage. He thought that it was something out of the question, and now he brought it up again. But this was their family business, and House Guan didn't want anything. They wouldn't fight for the position and ranking of the hidden houses. They wouldn't change Guan Xian and Lin Yi just for benefits. This was completely different from the hidden House Yu. If House Guan was the same as House Yu, then Lin Yi was confident that he could handle this, but it was different. Guan Xiaoxiang's goal was different from the hidden House Yu, and with his relationship with Guan Shuamin, Lin Yi couldn't force Guan Xiaoxiang. This was indeed a headache, but Lin Yi thought about it and said, "Right, aren't you the best at making horrible food and scaring your future blind date away? You can try it this time." Lin Yi had fallen into this trap a couple of times, and he thought of this plan in no time. "I've thought about it, but my dad said that we'll meet at a restaurant, and he wouldn't give me a chance to show off my cooking." Guan Xian sighed helplessly. "My dad was probably afraid that I'd do this, so he purposely set the meeting place at a restaurant." Lin Yi thought about it and realized that it was true. He'd used this trick many times, and Guan Xiaoxiang would naturally notice it. This time, he wouldn't be able to use it, but Lin Yi was the one suffering. "It seems like I'm the unlucky one." Lin Yi thought about it and said, "Who is this person?" "I heard that he's the heir of the person who helped my dad before, but I don't know who he is, and I've never seen him before. I don't even know his name." Guan Xian said, "If I know his hobbies and interests, I'll do something different, and he won't like me anymore, but I don't know what he's like, so it's hard to act according to the situation. Why don't you prepare according to common sense, like what kind of girl a guy doesn't like, and you dress in that direction?" Lin Yi thought about it and suggested, for example, dress up like a slut, and then talk about one-night stands every time you open your mouth, or say that you're pregnant. Chapter 34:55. She opened her eyes wide, her face blushing as she stared at Lin Yi. "I can't say that out loud. If you don't describe yourself like that, you won't be able to cancel the engagement." Lin Yi said, "I don't know about other things, but normal men wouldn't be able to accept being cuckolded and being a father. If you do this, no matter what her interests are, you'll be out. From their perspective, it's okay to play with this kind of woman, but if they really marry her, they'll be out." Will it really work? Guan Xian thought about it, and it was true. It was just that she had to dress up like a slut and say shameless things like that. It was a bit difficult for her. "Yes, Shenzhou, I think it'll work." Lin Yi nodded. "Then let me think." Guan Xian felt that it was doable, but it was a bit hard to do. "And if there's anything you need help with, just tell me. I'll do my best to help." Lin Yi said. "If they ask me who the child is, I'll say it's yours." Guan Xian thought about it. "That. Sure." Lin Yi nodded. If Guan Xian said the child was Lin Yi's, she wouldn't feel any pressure at all. To her, it was just a matter of time, and it wasn't a big deal if she said it earlier. "It's getting late, I'll go back first. I still have to go to Southeast Asia tomorrow. If your father forces you to meet him, you better delay it until I come back. I can help you with the plan." Lin Yi said. Okay." Guan Xian nodded happily. Lin Yi said goodbye to Boss Bai's house and returned to his villa. Gooden and Yuan had already gone to the guest room to rest, and Lin Yi smiled when he saw Xinyan on the bed. It seemed that Wang Xinyan had been staying in her room all this time. Lin Yi didn't dare rely on Wang Xinyan to train right now, but being with her every day was still an enjoyable experience. If he could raise Wang Xinyan's strength to become a cultivator, there wouldn't be so many hidden dangers. He didn't know if Aunt Qing could find the mantra. Lin Yi laid down beside Xinyan, starting to train quietly. However, good times were always short-lived. In the blink of an eye, the sky was bright and a new day had arrived. Lin Yi got up and went to the kitchen to cook. He had developed the habit of waking up early to cook. However, when Lin Yi came to the kitchen, he was surprised to find that Yuan got up earlier than him. Yuan, you're the guest, why don't you sleep a little longer? Just leave breakfast to me. Lin Yi said. I'm used to it at home. Every day when I wake up at this time, Zhou Jiming will go hunting in the mountains. Yuan smiled and said, it's okay. Leave it to me. Alright then. Lin Yi didn't force it. He knew that Yuan wanted to do her part, and he couldn't reject her anymore. Yuan's cooking skills were not bad. She wasn't as good as Lin Yi, but it was still not bad. It seemed like Gooden was quite lucky. After the meal, Lin Yi said goodbye to Xinyan and went to Donghai Airport with Gooden and Yuan. Lin Yi had already asked Han Xiaope to book the plane tickets. The flight was silent, and Lin Yi slept on the plane. Gooden and Yuan, on the other hand, were very excited. It was their first time on a plane, and they were very excited as they looked at the clouds outside the window. After arriving in Southeast Asia, Lin Yi didn't hide his whereabouts. He checked into a hotel called Yomiao Hotel. In the hotel lobby, Lin Yi called Kun Cun. Lin Yi, you're here? Kun Cun asked. Yes, I'm in the lobby of this Yomiao Hotel. Help me get 2 rooms, I don't have money. Lin Yi said. Kun Cun was speechless, but in order to find Lin Yi at any time, he didn't care about the money. He said to Lin Yi, give the phone to their manager, I'll talk to them. Lin Yi nodded and said to the manager, answer the phone. The manager was a bit confused, but he still picked up the phone. When he heard the voice, his face changed, and he nodded. After he finished the call, he said respectfully to Lin Yi, Mr. Lin, the room card is ready, this way please. Although Lin Yi was an enemy, Kun Cun still had to treat him well before he went to kill Lin Yi. This was to prevent Lin Yi from running away. Anyway, in his eyes, Lin Yi was already a dead man. Those criminals still had to eat a full meal before they were executed, so Kun Cun wanted Lin Yi to be more comfortable before he died. After hanging up the phone, Kun Cun looked for Pu Huati's master, the current deputy sect leader of Right Miao sect, Pu Nime. Pu Nime was a bit of a patriarchal person. He required his sect and disciples to have the same surname as him, but he was also very protective. Now that Pu Huati was killed, he wanted revenge the most. Deputy sect leader Pu, Lin Yi is here, we can prepare to take action. Kun Cun said to Pu Nime. Good. With you and me working together, Lin Yi will definitely die. Pu Nime said, I'm good at demonic arts, and I've already mastered it. Sect leader, you're good at attacking. We'll attack and defend, just like the Vidra dual evils of the past, invincible. That's right, this Lin Yi is very powerful. To be able to kill Pu Huati, he's not a good person. You and I have to be careful. After we get there, you try your best to hold back Lin Yi and let him attack you. You just have to defend, and I'm good at attacking, I'll sneak attack Lin Yi. Kun Cun began to assign tactics. Although this demonic art was learned by Kun Cun from the Miao tribe's high priest, he did not cultivate it to mastery. Instead, he let his deputy sect leader cultivate it. He also cultivated an attack technique. Although it could not be said to be very powerful, it was a modified version of the Miao village's goo poison called Divine Strength Goo. Therefore, his attack power was also quite strong. Then when are we going to take action? Pu Nime could not bear it anymore. He did not want to wait even a moment longer. He only wanted revenge. To avenge Pu Huati. Tonight. Lin Yi is now staying at our Young Sprout Hotel, he can't run away. Kun Cun said, then told Punime about Lin Yi's free stay. This Lin Yi is really funny. He's about to die, yet he still wants to save this little money. Chapter 3456. There will be 2 updates today, the second one will be later, so please come back tomorrow morning. The fishman had to go out for a while before he could continue writing. Asking for votes. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Not bad. Kun Cun thought. If Pu Huati wasn't Pu Nime's disciple and was just a normal disciple, then if Lin Yi could really take out enough conditions, it wouldn't be impossible. After settling Yuan and Gooden down, Lin Yi called Gooden to his room alone. He wanted to tell him about Kun Cun, but Yuan didn't want to be part of it. It was better not to tell her about the battles of the cultivation world. Boss, what's up? Gooden asked after entering the room. He could vaguely feel that Lin Yi had something to do in Southeast Asia, but Lin Yi didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. It's like this. My classmate was captured by the Right Miao sect. Lin Yi said and told him about Bai Weitua, as well as his conflict with Pu Huati. Lin Yi boss, what's the difference between this Pu Huati and Fighter Li? If it was me, I'd kill him with one punch too. Gooden was infuriated that Fighter Li had tried to take Yuan by force, and Gooden was furious. At night, he might come to me. Don't be impulsive then, find a chance and use underhanded methods, understand? With your current stamina, you can only use it 3 times, so don't act rashly. Save as much as you can, understand? Lin Yi told Gooden. Don't worry, boss, I understand. Gooden nodded, I won't do anything rashly, I still want to play with Yuan. If I get sick, I'll have to go back directly. Lin Yi nodded and started talking about other things. Yuan knew that Gooden finally got to see Lin Yi, so he must have something to say, so she went to bed first. Nightfall. Just as Lin Yi had predicted, Kun Cun brought Pu Nime to the Seedling Hotel. With Pu Nime's impatient character, she could not wait any longer. They're here. Lin Yi's face twitched as he said to Gooden. Lin Yi's strong mental perception allowed him to sense Kun Cun and Pu Nime's approach. Although he could not be sure that one of them was Kun Cun, Lin Yi could clearly sense that they were not friendly. Boss, I'm ready. Isn't it just a sneak attack? Gooden had learned to be more cunning recently. He had no choice, he was always bullied by Yuan, so he had to learn to be smarter. Lin Yi nodded and sat quietly on the sofa, waiting. Sure enough, not long after, there was a hurried knock on the door. You should have room cards for your own hotels, right? Open the door yourself, I'm quite tired, Lin Yi said indifferently. Kun Cun was stunned. He did not expect Lin Yi to say that. He knocked on the door out of politeness. He did not expect Lin Yi to be so shameless even though he was about to die. He was furious and really wanted to kick the door to pieces. But after thinking about it, this hotel was his. He would have to pay to repair it if he broke it. Kun Cun could only endure it. However, when he and Pu Nime went upstairs, they did not consider this problem at all. They did not have room cards. He was the leader of the right seedling sect. He could not possibly walk around with a room card. That was unrealistic. I did not bring my room card. Open it, Kun Cun said, suppressing his anger. Then do it yourself, you're a practitioner anyway, it'll be a piece of cake for you. Lin Yi said indifferently. You. Very good. Kun Cun took a deep breath. He knew that Lin Yi must have done it on purpose to play with him. But even if he knew, he could not do anything about it. He could only think of a way to take revenge on Lin Yi in a more ruthless manner. Pu Nime was a little anxious. She said to Kun Cun, Leader Kun, why don't we break in? It's just a door. Breaking in is a small matter, but this is a 5-star hotel. If other guests see us and some meddlesome guests take photos and post them on the internet, our hotel's reputation will be ruined. Kun Cun waved his hand and said, forget it. Let the waiter send the key up. Pu Nime felt that Kun Cun was right. After all, this was the foundation of their sect's survival. Although the sect focused on cultivation, it was impossible to do without money in this era. They could not rob houses like in ancient times, right? That was not realistic at all. They could only rely on their own sect's advantages to earn money. Soon, the waiter sent the universal room card over. This was the room card used by the waiter to clean the room. Kun Cun opened the door and strode in. When he saw Lin Yi casually sitting on the sofa and chatting with someone, he was a little annoyed. However, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Lin Yi, did he really think that coming here was a holiday? Kun Cun heard from the front desk that Lin Yi didn't come alone, but brought a couple. It seemed that they were here to travel with friends. This guy was really brave. Who knew that he would die here? Or did he have the confidence to convince him to exchange for his life? You are Lin Yi. Kun Cun locked his eyes on Lin Yi because Gooden was too ordinary. He was just a village boy, simple and honest. He didn't have much of an aura. One look and you could tell that he had a silly but strong physique. Master Kun Cun, right? Lin Yi looked at Kun Cun and said faintly, I didn't think that you would have the guts to show your face. I didn't think that you would dare to invite me over. I really don't know what to say about you. What do you mean? Kun Cun was slightly taken aback. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Yi. I work for the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Currently, the deputy director of the bureau is my girlfriend. Kun Cun, you are our wanted criminal. If you know what's good for you, come back with me. Otherwise, I will make a move to arrest you. Lin Yi said. You are from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Kun Cun was taken aback. He didn't think that Lin Yi's identity would be so troublesome. If he knew earlier, he wouldn't have let Lin Yi come over so hastily. After all, it wasn't a good thing to be targeted by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau again. However, things had come to this point. He couldn't back down. The only way to keep Lin Yi here was to prevent some information from being leaked. He sneered and said, even if you are from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, so what? You can't interfere with our Southeast Asian affairs. Deputy Master Pu, you can avenge your disciple, Pu Huati. Lin Yi, come, let's fight. Pu Nime stood up according to the plan and said to Lin Yi. Chapter 3457. The second chapter is here. Asking for votes, please vote for the Fishman's new book, Top Grade Cultivator Young Master, thank you. However, according to Lin Yi's previous understanding of Pu Huati, this person was likely to be a master of the Golden Bell Shield similar to the Golden Bell sect. The master was always stronger than the disciple, right? Therefore, Lin Yi planned to test it out first. He didn't say anything and directly used the 16th form of Frenzy Fist. Lin Yi didn't want to kill Pu Nime in one go because this person was likely to have a high defense. Therefore, Lin Yi didn't use his strongest Frenzy 8 trigram palm. Boom! The Frenzy Fist smashed onto Pu Nime's body, but Pu Nime only took half a step back. It didn't look like there was any substantial damage. Therefore, Lin Yi was slightly stunned and understood. As expected. This Pu Nime's defense was terrifyingly high. Even if he used his strongest martial art, he might not be able to kill him. Because he could no longer be considered a normal cultivator, but a modified version of a cultivator. Lin Yi couldn't use the knowledge and common sense of a cultivator to judge this person. It's just a so-so. Pu Nime looked at Lin Yi and sneered, just this level, then don't think of leaving here alive today. Pu Nime didn't know that Lin Yi was just testing him. In his opinion, Lin Yi was an expert with the strength of the peak middle stage of Heaven stage. It was already very powerful for him to be able to use the 17th form of martial art. In his eyes, the power of the 16th form of Frenzy Fist was similar to the 17th form of an ordinary martial art. Sect leader Kun Cun, let's exchange a few moves first. Lin Yi turned to look at Kun Cun and said faintly. He directly gave up on continuing to attack Pu Nime. Although if Lin Yi used his strongest move, it was possible to kill Pu Nime, but it was only a possibility, not a certainty. If Lin Yi didn't kill Pu Nime, then Lin Yi, who had exhausted his true chi, would be in danger. Therefore, Lin Yi changed his target to Kun Cun. Ah! Kun Cun was stunned. What was this Lin Yi doing? How did he disrupt his plan? This doesn't make sense. Generally speaking, in a battle between cultivators, whoever fought first would have to continue fighting until the victor was decided. Who would stop halfway and request for a change of fighter? Do you think this is a challenge? There's even a substitution. What's wrong? Could it be that Sect Master Kun is so weak that you don't dare to fight me? Lin Yi looked at Kun Cun with a faint smile as he spoke mockingly. How is this possible? Kun Cun's face suddenly turned red. Lin Yi was really right. Although his offensive power was incomparably powerful, because of his weak defense, Kun Cun did not dare to fight head-on with Lin Yi. He only dared to sneak attack. It's just that this sect master disdains to personally deal with a small fry like you. Since you're here, it's not up to you whether you want to fight or not. Lin Yi smiled coldly and gave Gooden a look. Ah, this place is too scary. I need to get out of here quickly. Gooden shouted and ran out of the door. At this time, Pu Nime was standing not far from the door. Kun Cun frowned slightly. If this Lin Yi really wanted to fight him, then he didn't have much chance of winning. He needed to force Lin Yi to submit. Let Lin Yi and Pu Nime fight, and he could sneak attack from the side. Kun Cun's eyes turned and saw Gooden, who was running away not far away. He laughed and thought of a plan. Vice Head Pu, catch that kid, don't let him get away. Okay. Pu Nime nodded and grabbed at Gooden. Lin Yi, if you follow the rules and fight with Vice Head Pu, then I can let go of your friend and the student who was taken away. Otherwise, I can only offend your friend. Kun Cun threatened coldly. After all, Lin Yi was a sky-class mid-phase peak. His strength was not to be underestimated. Even if Kun Cun was a heretic, it was still unknown if he could beat Lin Yi in actual strength. If Lin Yi was not prepared, he could win with a sneak attack. But if it was a head-on fight, it would be dangerous. Ah, don't grab me. I'm telling you, if I get angry, I'll kill you with one punch. Gooden was stopped by Pu Nime and immediately shouted, get out of the way, or I won't go easy on you. Heh, go easy. Pu Nime laughed, you'll kill me with one punch. Okay, then I'll stand here and let you hit me. If you can kill me, then I'll let you leave. If you can't, then just stay here. Gooden didn't have any chi waves on him. He didn't look like a practitioner at all. Even if he was a physical practitioner, Pu Nime was still confident. The evil goo he practiced was a modified version of the diamond goo. It was quite powerful. Although it wasn't as powerful as the diamond goo of the high priest, compared to those who mastered the golden shield and iron shirt, he still had quite an advantage. He was a cockroach that couldn't be killed. That was why he was so confident. His tone was playful. In his eyes, Gooden was just a toy. He was looking for fun, and also to relieve his bad mood. Then there's no other way. I can only kill you with one punch. Gooden sighed helplessly and swung his fist. With a bang, it hit Pu Nime's chest. Pu Nime, on the other hand, changed from his playful expression to one of shock and disbelief. But at this moment, he could no longer speak. His entire body flew backward in the direction of the door and crashed into it. That didn't stop. He continued to fly out and hit the wall of the corridor. Then, he broke through the wall and flew out. Because Lin Yi lived in a top-grade presidential suite, there were only one side of the hallway, and the other side was the wall. Otherwise, he would have smashed into someone else's room. The complete version of the Titan goo. Kun Cun's eyes flashed with shock. He looked at Gooden, then at Lin Yi. Who are you? How can you have the complete version of the Titan goo? How is that possible? Oh. You know about the Titan goo. You know about the complete version. This time, it was Lin Yi's turn to be shocked. Gooden did, in fact, eat the Titan goo's poison by mistake when he was young, turning him into what he was now. And because of the Titan goo's side effects, he couldn't leave West Star Village for a long time. The complete version of the Titan goo had to go back to West Star Mountain to drink the spirit spring water every 3 times. Otherwise, his body would become extremely weak. It really is the complete version of the Titan goo. Who are you? Who is your master? Kun Cun suddenly thought of something and said, your surname is Lin. What's your relationship with Lin Dongfang? Chapter 3458. The first chapter. Everyone, please help support the monthly tickets for top-quality young master cultivation, thank you. There's still a second chapter, you can still watch it tomorrow. So, Lin Yi paused and asked, my master's name is Yang Ming, and Lin Dongfang is my grandfather. Do you know them? After hearing Lin Yi's words, Kun Cun seemed to have lost all his strength. He knelt on the ground, and his face became extremely pale. So you're the descendant of Mr. Lin and Mr. Yang. I was really blind, I offended you. Don't kill me. I can be your subordinate. Just don't kill me. Thinking of Lin Dongfang and Yang Ming's invincibility, even after so many years, Kun Cun's mental defense still collapsed in an instant. He couldn't bring himself to fight against Lin Yi and Gooden anymore. When a person knew that his strength was far from being the opponent's opponent, then he wouldn't fight pointlessly anymore. So, Kun Cun chose to surrender. He had to surrender. Pu Nime was so powerful, but she was definitely dead now. There was no need to think about it. Although the King Kong goo was powerful, it was trash in front of the complete version of the Hercules goo. Plus, Pu Nime didn't cultivate the complete version of the Hercules goo, but a modified version of the obviously weaker King Kong goo, so you do know them. Lin Yi wasn't too surprised, his own master had been part of the investigation department back in the day, and Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to join the department so early on if it weren't for that relationship. He still had a lot of connections with them even now. As for Lin Dongfang, he lived in the Miaojiang area, so it wasn't surprising that he knew Kun Cun. But, what's the use of keeping you? Lin Yi said lightly, I don't lack subordinates. In the entire Central Plains, many families and sects are my vassals. I have many followers, and I don't lack you. But there aren't any in Southeast Asia. Our right Miao clan can also become young hero Lin's vassals and follow your lead. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Kun Cun was a person who knew his place. In order to survive, he didn't care about his pride. I still don't think it's useful. You're so far away from me, I'm useless. Lin Yi shook his head. I know the big secret. I can surrender and be a spy. Kun Cun suddenly shouted. Oh. What do you mean? Lin Yi's interest was piqued. Big secret. What big secret does Kun Cun know? What could he use to surrender? As for the undercover agent he mentioned, what was that all about? What do you know? Surrender to what? Lin Yi looked at Kun Cun and said faintly, if I'm satisfied with what you say, I can consider letting you go. In fact, what Kun Cun said before was right. He was already a sect in Southeast Asia. In theory, he was not under the jurisdiction of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. If the Supernatural Investigation Bureau really wanted to destroy Right Meow Clan, it was bound to offend the local sects and cultivators. Although the sects and cultivators here were not particularly strong and were only at the level of the hidden families, it was not a good thing after all. Therefore, it was not impossible for Kun Cun to save his life. Lin Yi had always been a person who wanted to subdue and use him. For example, Brother De Fong, Lin Yi was very comfortable with him. If it weren't for him, it would be difficult for Lin Yi to find Pangolin. Therefore, for people like Kun Cun, once he was convinced, he could use him. It's like this. Back then, your master, Mr. Yang Ming, destroyed the central base. It wasn't a complete central base. Behind them, there was a boss behind the scenes. Kun Cun was afraid that Lin Yi would kill him directly, so he quickly said, Central. This was the second time Lin Yi heard of the name of Central. The first time was when he was in the secular song house. However, he didn't expect that his master had also fought with Central back then. Lin Yi was only a non-staff member in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. There were some things that Lin Dongfang didn't say, and Lin Yi didn't know. Moreover, the things about Central back then were all top-secret files. These things were hard to access unless it was the current Song Lingshan. Yes, you should know this place, right? Back then, it was only a central base that was destroyed. The person in charge there, Dr. Benjamin, was just a puppet. As far as I know, their real leader is a person called Dr. Li. Now, Central is managed by his girlfriend, Wan Xiaoru, currently nicknamed Miss Lan. Kun Cun said. What does this have to do with me? Lin Yi paused. He didn't have any enmity with Central. He only had some conflicts back at Song House. He didn't understand why Kun Cun suddenly brought this up. Young hero Lin, this Central is a scourge. They specialize in making things that harm people. Your master has always been fighting with them. Aren't you interested? Kun Cun paused. He didn't expect Lin Yi to have such an indifferent expression. No. Lin Yi shook his head. He didn't provoke me. Instead, I was the one who killed their 4 masters. My friends stole their things. Come to think of it, they are the unlucky ones. What does this have to do with me? This. Kun Cun was using this as a life-saving card. He didn't expect Lin Yi to not care at all. He was completely dumbfounded. Young hero Lin, they are your master's enemies. I heard that your master has always been fighting with them. Even now, oh. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Even now. He looked at Kun Cun suspiciously. Now. Do you know where my master is now? This. Of course, Kun Cun didn't know. But I heard that when your master left, he seemed to have something to do with Central. How do you know? Lin Yi asked. Lin Yi really didn't care much about Central. However, when it came to news about his master, it was impossible for Lin Yi not to care. You should know that our right Miao Men. Oh, that is, the previous right Miao Men in Miaojiang. At that time, we had cooperation with Central. Now, we often have some business dealings. Once, I vaguely heard Miss Lan mention your master on the phone. That's why I said that, said Kun Cun. Chapter 3459. Part 2. Ah. Kun Cun was startled. He could kill 4 sky-class full mastery. How strong was that? He had made a mistake, not investigating Lin Yi further. From what he knew, Lin Yi was a solo practitioner with no background. How strong could a solo practitioner be? That was why Kun Cun didn't hesitate to capture Bai Weituo and the others to lure Lin Yi here, preparing to kill Lin Yi in one fell swoop. But now, it seemed like it was hard to say who would be the one to kill who. Thank you for sparing my life, Master Lin. Don't worry, I'll be your lackey from now onwards. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, I'll listen to you. Kun Cun quickly said, the only good thing about me is that a wise man submits to circumstances. I know what I'm capable of. Alright, get someone to fix up your hotel. I'm going to sleep now, I don't want to see my classmates get hurt. I hope you can bring them here tomorrow morning, or you know the consequences. Lin Yi said as he looked at Kun Cun. Alright. Don't worry, Master Lin, I know what to do. Kun Cun nodded and left the room respectfully. He was quite efficient. Not long later, some workers came to replace the door and repair the hole in the hallway. As for Pu Nime's body, it was already taken away. Kun Cun came and left in a hurry. Soon, the hotel returned to its peacefulness. No one noticed that something like this had happened in the hotel. Gooden, thank you for your help this time. Lin Yi said to Gooden, if it was just me, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to that vice head Pu. He's invulnerable, it'd be hard for me to kill him. It's nothing. Plus, I'm so happy to be able to help you, boss. Finally, there's a place for me to use my skills. Otherwise, I'd have to fight monsters in the mountains every day. It'd be so annoying, Gooden said. Alright, go rest. Yuan, are you worried? Lin Yi smiled, I'll rest too. Tomorrow, I'll have Kun Cun play with us, treat it as a vacation. Alright. Gooden nodded and went back to rest. The next morning, Kun Cun brought Bai Weituo and the others to the Youmiao Hotel. However, Kun Cun's attitude made Bai Weituo and the rest very puzzled. How did it go from being so fierce to being so respectful? What was going on? After leaving the casino, Bai Weituo and the others were arranged to board a luxurious limousine. Kun Cun let Bai Weituo and the others sit on the luxurious sofa facing each other, but he sat on the seat next to them. This made everyone even more puzzled. What kind of game was this person playing? Tu Fenglian sat behind Kun Cun. Young masters and young mistresses, please take a seat. Tu Feng said politely after getting on the car. Hey, big brother, don't mess with us. If Lin Yi doesn't come, are you going to throw me into the sea to feed the fishes? Zhang Duopan's face was pale. The more they acted like this, the more worried he was. Don't mind me, I was just joking with you guys. Actually, our boss Kun Bro really does know Mr. Lin Yi. Not only that, he's Lin Yi's underling. Tu Feng quickly said, we're bringing you to Mr. Lin Yi now. Big brother, can you stop messing with me? I know you're enemies with that idiot Lin Yi, but we really are enemies. That Bai Weituo is Lin Yi's underling, we're not. Let me go, I really don't want to die. Zhang Duopan begged with a bitter face. So you're really enemies with Mr. Lin Yi, and you're not his underling or friend? Kun Cun turned around and asked suddenly. No, it really isn't. Ask him if you don't believe me. Then, Zhang Duopan pointed at Bai Weituo and said, Bai Weituo, don't lie. It's all because of your idiot boss. Tell me the truth, what's my relationship with Lin Yi? He's right, he's enemies with boss Lin Yi and me. We both like Himeiwa, and he's always against us. Bai Weituo nodded. Since this matter started because of boss Lin Yi, it really has nothing to do with him. Let him go. Kun Cun frowned and nodded. Then, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. It was the phone number of the hotel room that Lin Yi was staying in. Hello, Kun Cun, you're here. Lin Yi picked up the phone and asked. It's like this. May I ask if there's a person called Zhang Duopan, is he your enemy or, and that by way to Kun Cun asked carefully. If he brought these 4 people with him, what if one of them was Lin Yi's enemy? If Lin Yi was unhappy, what would he do if he blamed Kun Cun? So, he had to ask clearly. Oh, Bai Weitua is my little brother. Just like you, we're on the same level. Lin Yi said, but he joined earlier than you. You can call him Brother Bai. As for Zhang Duopan and Fan Ganhe, find a place to throw them away. I don't want to see them. Lin Yi also knew that this matter was basically caused by Zhang Duopan's bragging. It had nothing to do with Bai Weitua. So, for this person, Lin Yi didn't have a good impression at all, and he didn't want to see him. Okay, I understand. Boss. After Kun Cun finished speaking, he hung up the phone. When he looked at Zhang Duopan again, his gaze was a little strange. Zhang Duopan was also a little confused. Who is Kun Cun calling? Why does he call the other party boss? How does the other party know me and Bai Weitua? What the hell is going on? Wait. Is their boss really Lin Yi? What he said just now was also true. He wasn't playing with me. Thinking of this, Zhang Duopan immediately shivered. He looked at Kun Cun carefully, this big brother. I was just joking. Actually, I'm also boss Lin Yi's little brother, Tu Feng. Find a place to bury these 2 people. Boss Lin Yi said that he doesn't want to see them anymore. Kun Cun obviously misunderstood Lin Yi's words. Lin Yi said to find a place to throw them away. He didn't want to see them. Kun Cun thought that he wanted him to kill these 2 people. Because he had seen Lin Yi's ruthlessness yesterday. Pu Nime was killed just like that, and the 4 heaven-rank great perfection experts in the center were also killed just like that. So for these 2 small fries, wouldn't he be able to kill them just like that? Chapter 3460. Please come back tomorrow morning for the first and second updates. If everyone has a monthly ticket, please vote for Top Grade Cultivator, Young Master, thank you. Even if these 2 people were not good, they were still opponents at the level of Bai Weitua. If Lin Yi made a move, it would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. But if Kun Cun took care of it, even if Lin Yi knew, he wouldn't say anything because it had nothing to do with him. Lin Yi originally hated these 2 people. Yes, Brother Kun. Tu Feng smiled and pressed a button in his hand. After the driver of the RV received it, he found a place to stop the car. In the early morning, there was no one on the road. Tu Feng, one in each hand, carried Zhang Duopan and Fan Ganhe out of the car. This scene made Bai Weitua and Himeiwei extremely surprised. They were a little dumbfounded. Both of them couldn't figure out why things would suddenly change like this. Is Tu Feng really going to kill Zhang Duopan and Fan Ganhe? However, although Bai Weitua sympathized with them, he didn't say anything to stop Kun Cun and Tu Feng. After all, the person Kun Cun called should be Lin Yi, so the person who asked him to kill Zhang Duopan and Fan Ganhe should also be Lin Yi. How could Bai Weitua refute Lin Yi's words? Therefore, Bai Weitua didn't say anything in the end and let Tu Feng take Zhang Duopan and Fan Ganhe out of the car. Big brother, let us go. We were just joking. In fact, I'm also Lin Yi's underling. I was afraid of death before, so I said that. Now, I'm telling the truth. I'm really Lin Yi's underling. Don't kill me. Zhang Duopan yelled. Oh. Is it? Tu Feng stopped and looked at Zhang Duopan faintly. You're Lin Yi's underling. Yes. I'm Lin Yi's underling. Don't kill me. Zhang Duopan nodded again and again. Do you know why I took you out of the car? Asked Tu Feng. Why? Zhang Duopan was stunned. Don't you want to kill me? Are you going to take me out of the car or are you going to let me go? You're right. I was going to let you go. Tu Feng nodded and said, Brother Kun and I were just lying to Bai Weituo in the car. I brought you here to let you go. Ah. Really? Zhang Duopan was confused. He didn't have to die. Really? Tu Feng nodded and said, but now I plan to kill you. Why? Zhang Duopan was stunned. Because you said you're Lin Yi's underling. Didn't you already know that I have a grudge against Lin Yi? Tu Feng said, fuck. Zhang Duopan's eyes widened. There's really a grudge. Then why did you say that Lin Yi was Brother Kun's boss? Aren't you messing with me? It's just to fool around. I want to see who among you is Lin Yi's lackey and who isn't. Tu Feng said, since you've admitted that you're Lin Yi's lackey, then you can die. In fact, Tu Feng also wanted to see if Zhang Duopan was Lin Yi's lackey. He didn't want to kill the wrong person. However, after a few tests, he realized that this person lied without blinking an eye. It was obvious that he wasn't Lin Yi's lackey. In order to survive, he dared to say any nonsense. On the other hand, Bai Weituo was much more normal. From the beginning to the end, regardless of whether he killed or not, he said that he was Lin Yi's lackey. Such a person was definitely Lin Yi's lackey and not an imposter. Don't. I'm really not. Zhang Duopan quickly changed his words. He looked at Fan Ganhe and said, Fan Ganhe, tell me, are we Lin Yi's lackeys? No, we're definitely not. We often plot against Lin Yi and Bai Weituo. Fan Ganhe said quickly. Oh. Hee, let me tell you. Actually, our brother Kun is Lin Yi's lackey. We just acknowledged him yesterday. After a few tests, we found out that you're really not boss Lin Yi's lackeys. Tu Feng said with a smile, of course, even if you're really Lin Yi's lackeys, there's no need for traitors like you to go back on your words. You can die now. What? Are you playing with us again? Zhang Duopan was completely desperate this time. It could be explained if they went back on their words once or twice. However, if they kept going back on their words, it was impossible to believe them. Alright, stop yelling. I have to quickly get rid of you and go back to report. Tu Feng dragged the two of them directly to a dense forest. On the other side of the car, Bai Weituo was holding Himeyue's hand nervously. Things had become a little strange. Tu Feng and Kun Siyuan, who were originally Lin Yi's enemies, had suddenly become Lin Yi's lackeys. The reason they detained Bai Weituo and the others was to lure Lin Yi to avenge their sect members, but now that the roles had changed, Bai Weituo instinctively had to be on guard. That. Brother Kun, are you really boss Lin Yi's lackey? Bai Weituo finally could not help but ask. Haha, Brother Bai, of course I'm boss Lin Yi's lackey. You're also boss Lin Yi's lackey. However, you joined the sect before me, so I'll call you Brother Bai. Kun Siyuan laughed and said, there were two annoying people in the car just now. There are some things that I can't say. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kun Siyuan, the leader of Right Miao sect. I'm currently boss Lin Yi's lackey. I hope Brother Bai can be magnanimous if I offended you previously. I can't be considered magnanimous. I'm just wondering. Didn't you have a grudge against boss Lin Yi previously? Bai Weituo felt a little dizzy. The change was too fast. I did have a grudge, but boss Lin Yi subdued me. That little grudge is nothing, Kun Siyuan explained with a smile. I see. Bai Weituo nodded. He finally understood that Kun Siyuan was afraid of being beaten up. Along the way to the Sprout Hotel, Kun Siyuan brought Bai Weituo and Himeiwa upstairs. When they met in Lin Yi's room, Bai Weituo finally heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that what Kun Siyuan said was true. Himeiwa looked at Lin Yi with a flash of surprise in her eyes. No matter where Lin Yi went, there seemed to be nothing that he could not settle. This really surprised Himeiwa. Take this incident as an example. It was originally a trap, but it was easily resolved by Lin Yi. Not only that, but he also subdued a lackey. Lin Yi seemed to have a lot of lackeys. Kun Siyuan, it seems that you are very honest. My classmate is really fine. With Lin Yi's strength, he could see that Bai Weituo was not injured at a glance. This made Lin Yi believe that Kun Siyuan had defected. Chapter 3461. Where are the other two? Lin Yi asked. I told Tu Feng to kill them, Kun Siyuan said. Kill them? Lin Yi blinked. Who told you to kill them? Boss Lin Yi, didn't you say you didn't want to see them anymore and threw them away? Kun Siyuan blinked as well. Oh. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly after some thought. What I meant was for you to let them go and ignore them. But since they've already killed them, then so be it. These two are a little shady, and keeping them around will only cause more trouble. Bai Weituo felt pity for Zhang Duopan. This guy didn't deserve to die. He didn't expect him to die because of his own words. Trouble really came from the mouth. I'm really sorry. I thought. Kun Siyuan was a bit embarrassed. It's fine, it's nothing. Right, do you have anything to do today? Lin Yi asked. No, what do you want me to do, Boss Lin Yi? Kun Siyuan quickly asked. Even if he had something to do, he had to push it off. What could be more important than helping Boss Lin Yi? It's nothing, bring Bai Weituo and they're good in here and have some fun. They don't know this place, and they don't know where to go. With a local like you, it'll be much more convenient, Lin Yi said. No problem. Kun Siyuan said, I haven't had much fun since I came to Southeast Asia. Boss Lin Yi really gave me a good opportunity. Lin Yi shook his head. This Kun Siyuan was really a bootlicker. As for playing, Lin Yi didn't want to go by himself, he wanted to train in his room. He didn't have much time left, and he needed to get stronger as soon as possible. Bai Weituo and Gooden had a local like Kun Siyuan to bring them around, so they were quite powerful. Almost all the security guards knew Kun Siyuan, and they were surprised at the same time. Since when did Kun Siyuan become a tour guide? Where did these two come from? How could they make Kun Siyuan treat them so politely? But thinking was just thinking, no one would ask about it. For a whole week, Bai Weituo and Gooden went to all the attractions and entertainment around the area. Kun Siyuan sent them on the plane back, and Lin Yi, on the other hand, had to go to Island X. He wouldn't be going back with them. Under the development and operation of his master, Island X had become a famous tourist resort. There were many flights coming and going every day, so Lin Yi easily arrived at Island X airport. Just like the last time he came back, a car with a butterfly logo was parked not far from the tarmac outside the airport. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Only Yang Chi-Chi and Little Jio's car could enter the airport unimpeded, they were like princesses on Island X. No one dared to stop their car. After Lin Yi got off the plane, he walked towards the car, and the person in the car saw Lin Yi as well. Young Chi-Chi jumped down excitedly from the driver's seat and ran towards Lin Yi. Inside the car, Little Jio was smiling and waving at him. Lin Yi bro. Chi-Chi ran over and clung onto Lin Yi, not letting go. At this moment, Lin Yi felt like he had returned to his childhood. Every time he came back from a mission, Chi-Chi would be like this. After the confession and the knot in her heart, Chi-Chi had returned to her old self. But this time, when Lin Yi saw Little Jio, his emotions were still very complicated. The last time they met, he didn't dare to face her feelings, but this time, it was because little Joe was about to leave. During this period of time, Lin Yi had almost become a specialist in escorting inheritors. His daily job was to escort inheritors to their sects. "Little Joe, why are you here too?" Lin Yi adjusted his emotions and greeted little Joe after getting in the car with Chi-Chi. "I'm going to leave, and look at this island where the three of us lived together for so many years. I don't know when I can come back. Even if I come back, my family may not let me stay on Island X. Maybe I'll even stay in the Yellow Soil High sect." Little Joe's eyes flashed with sadness. Little Joe's words made Lin Yi sigh slightly. Yes, little Joe's rejection of the Yellow Soil High sect was like Yu Ning's rejection of the Hidden House Yu. But at the end of the day, it was still their home. Although they said they hated it, they still hoped to go back after a while. Lin Yi laughed dryly and didn't continue the topic. He turned to Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, the association didn't cause any trouble for you after that, did they?" Lin Yi had become enemies with the association this time, and he was really afraid that they would contact Chi-Chi. "No, I haven't been back for a while, and they didn't contact me." Chi-Chi shook her head. "That's good." Lin Yi nodded. Happy days were always limited, and during the few days Lin Yi was on Island X, he brought Chi-Chi and little Joe back to the old place, going around the entire island and making them many delicacies from their childhood. And the day of little Joe's departure was approaching. Tua took a plane to Island X. This morning, Lin Yi and the others saw Tua at the airport. Tua was very excited to see Lin Yi. "Boss, brother-in-law, hello. I'm so happy to see you. I've missed you so much. I heard that you went to Fiery Mountain a few days ago and cured Yang Shuaisian." Tuo's words were like a cannon. There was a lot of information in it, and Lin Yi didn't even have time to reply. "Little Joe, you're so pretty, no wonder you're my sister." Wahahaha. Tuo saw little Joe and looked left and right, very close and happy. Little Joe rolled her eyes helplessly. Why did she have a crazy big brother? "Your boss, Lin Yi, is so normal, can't you be a little more normal?" "Wow, you can even roll your eyes, that's so cool." Tuo didn't seem to notice that little Joe was annoyed at him. He thought that she was just playing with him, and kept on chattering, and so, Lin Yi and little Joe boarded the plane under Tuo's chatter, and headed to the High Yellow Soil sect. The plane slowly rose into the air, and Lin Yi didn't know when he would be able to return to this island again. That new journey was getting closer and closer, and all the preparations from before seemed to be for the opening of that illusory sky-class island. Although Lin Yi and little Joe were warmly received at the High Yellow Soil sect, especially Lin Yi, who treated them like an honored guest, and the entire sect, including Tuo's father, Tua Qingsong, were very polite to Lin Yi, but Lin Yi's heart was still very heavy. Chapter 3462. The first and second updates were still tomorrow morning. "Lin Yi, what should I do? My dad told me that this weekend, he will arrange for me to go on a blind date with the betrothed. I don't even know him. What should I do?" Guan Xian's voice was a little anxious. Xin, don't worry. Wait for me to go back. I will help you deal with it." Although Lin Yi hadn't thought of a good solution for the time being, he had to agree to it first so that Guan Xian wouldn't worry. "If it doesn't work, just do what I said. Although it will tarnish my reputation a little, it is the only way." This trick was actually seen by Lin Yi in a novel called Very Pure, Very Ambiguous Prequel. At this time, he made a last-minute effort and used it on the spot. And, if it doesn't work, this is the only way. But Dad and Grandpa, they will be furious. Guan Xian sighed. She was an obedient child. Although Guan Xiaoxiang had been obstructing her relationship with Lin Yi, he was still very good to her overall. Lin Yi was also a little helpless. He couldn't treat the Guan family and Guan Xiaoxiang the same way he treated Kun Cun and others, right? That was unrealistic, so Lin Yi could only come up with a strange trick. In comparison, only this trick can make the other party give up. Otherwise, even if you don't agree, the other party will always urge you. It will be difficult for you to get rid of them. That's true. Guan Axian nodded in agreement. Lin Yi, I've made up my mind. I'll do as you say. At that time, you have to come too. I will say that I am pregnant with your child. That person and my father will give up. Okay, since this idea is mine, I will definitely accompany them to the end. Lin Yi said. And then I will plan how to say it at that time. Guan Axian said. On this side, just after hanging up the phone with Guan Axian, Lin Yi's phone rang again. This time, the call was from Island X. Hello. Lin Yi politely picked up the phone. His tone was respectful. After all, many people on Island X were his elders and instructors during his childhood. Lin Yi must be respectful. Little Yi, I'm your master's wife, Shin Yushi. On the other side of the phone, a pleasant voice came. Shin Yushi was a wife of Lin Yi's master, Yang Ming. Lin Yi naturally knew her, but Shin Yushi was not good at kung fu and some assassin specialties, so she did not have much contact with Lin Yi before. Hello, Mistress Shin. Why are you looking for me? Lin Yi felt a little strange. He thought it was Master Zhou calling to ask about little Zhou. Lil Yi, it's like this. When your master was young, he arranged a marriage for you. Now that you are old enough, and the girl in the other party's family has grown up, I am going to matchmake you too. Shin Yushi said, after all, this is what your master specifically told me before he left. Lin Yi just wanted to refuse, but after listening to Mistress Shin's last sentence, he was speechless. Master specifically told me. Master's order, Lin Yi naturally couldn't violate it, so Lin Yi had to use the delaying tactic. Mistress Shin, I also know that you are doing this for my own good, but now, I don't have the mood to talk about love. Little Jiao has become an inheritor. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible so that I can escort them to Heavenly Island. Lin Yi really didn't expect that he had just helped Guan Axian to come up with a plan, and this matter was his turn. Lin Yi really didn't know what to say. There was still a way to refuse Guan Axian's side, but on his side, Lin Yi really had to comply with the marriage arranged by his master. There is no conflict. Shin Yushi smiled and said, these two things can be done at the same time. Moreover, because of the inheritor, the other party wants to settle the marriage as soon as possible because the other party is also an inheritor. What? Lin Yi was suddenly stunned. The other party is also an inheritor. Now, the inheritors that Lin Yi was not familiar with were only the people from Snow Valley. Could it be the people from Snow Valley? Wait, something is wrong. Guan Axian is an inheritor, and Guan Axian has an engagement. Now I have another engagement with an inheritor. Doesn't that mean, thinking of this possibility, Lin Yi was really a little dumbfounded. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Yeah, so you protecting little Jiao is equivalent to protecting her, and also protecting her at the same time. I think your master arranged it like this in the beginning. I'm afraid there is such a profound meaning in it. Shin Yushi said with a smile. In the past, when Lin Yi heard this, he would definitely think it was just a coincidence. But now, there were too many coincidences in the people and things around him. Lin Yi didn't believe that this was a coincidence at all. Perhaps, all this was predicted in advance. Master's wife Shin, then I want to ask, who is this inheritor? Although Lin Yi knew the answer, he was not quite sure. This inheritor is called Guan Axian. Her father was a good friend of your master. Her grandfather and your grandfather, Lin Dongfang, also have some connections. Shin Yushi explained. Hearing this, Lin Yi really didn't doubt it. Guan Axian, it really is Guan Axian. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but he also felt a little funny. If Guan Axian knew that the blind date was him, what kind of expression would she have? Suddenly, Lin Yi had a wicked idea. If I don't tell Guan Axian in advance and give her a surprise on that day, wouldn't it be fun? Thinking of this, Lin Yi said, Master's wife Xin, does the other party know what my name is? That I don't know. You have a lot of names. I'm not sure what name you are using now. Shin Yushi said, why? Do you have any ideas? It's like this. I know Guan Axian, so I want to give her a surprise. I ask Master's wife not to tell her first. I will appear on the day of the meeting. Lin Yi was too bored during this period, so this kind of thing also aroused the interest of Lin Yi's age. Hee, of course. Shin Yushi smiled and said, okay, I will leave for Songhan City in a few days. I didn't tell you about this when little Jiu was here. I was afraid that you would be distracted, so I waited for you to send her away before telling you. Okay, thank you, Master's wife. Lin Yi quickly thanked her. He was also relieved in his heart. He didn't expect Master's wife Shin to be so easy to talk to. She directly agreed to his request. At this time, the plane was about to take off. Lin Yi ended the call and prepared to return to Donghai City. Chapter 3463. I'm a little late, sorry. Shin Yushi and Guan Xiaoxiang had been friends for many years. She used to stay at Guan Xuemin's house for a period of time to treat her illness. At that time, she met Guan Xiaoxiang and his girlfriend, Xiaolan. But after they settled down on Island X, they rarely met. But during the holidays, the phone calls were still frequent. Sister-in-law Yushi, how's it going? Is the successor on the boss's side going to be engaged to our Xin? Guan Xiaoxiang was also annoyed for a while. Guan Axian was already engaged, but she was still entangled with Lin Yi. He wasn't saying that Lin Yi wasn't good, but he was a man of his word. His benefactor helped him so much that he naturally couldn't violate the original agreement. In his opinion, a promise was more important than anything else. Although his benefactor had left to do something important, he couldn't casually break the promise just because he left. Guan Xiaoxiang wasn't that kind of person. Yes, I've already arranged it. I'm just waiting for you, Shin Yushi said. I've already booked a plane ticket. I'll arrive in Songhan the day after tomorrow. By then, my disciple will also be there. You're familiar with the place. Book a restaurant, I'll let him go. Okay, no problem. Guan Xiaoxiang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, now that the matter is settled, I don't have to care about Guan Axian's emotions. Anyway, it's a done deal. Guan Axian can't object even if she wants to. He knew that although Guan Axian sometimes threw a tantrum, she would still give him some face when it came to important matters. So, Guan Xiaoxiang hung up the phone and began to make arrangements. Guan Axian received a call from her father. She was a little helpless, but she knew that this moment would come sooner or later, so she could only agree. Anyway, she had already thought of a countermeasure. She specially ordered a set of non-mainstream clothes and cosmetics online. On the morning of the blind date, Guan Xiaoxiang booked the most high-end hotel in Songhan, Starlight Hotel. Guan Axian wasn't stupid enough to wear a non-mainstream outfit when she left home. She was still wearing a casual outfit today, and although there weren't too many accessories on it, it was still clean and tidy. Guan Xiaoxiang was very satisfied with it. This was the style he liked, and that person's disciple must be a master with high standards. The more you dress up, the more natural it is. So Guan Xiaoxiang happily brought Guan Axian to Starlight Resplendence. After entering the private room, Shin Yushi and her disciple had not arrived yet. Guan Xiaoxiang arrived a little earlier. As the host, he naturally could not wait for the guests to arrive before he arrived. That would be impolite. Dad, I'm going to the bathroom to touch up my makeup and see if there's anything wrong. Guan Axan stood up. There was a private bathroom in the room, so it was convenient for Guan Axan to change. All right, go ahead. Guan Xiaoxiang was very happy. He thought that Guan Axan had come to her senses after agreeing to the marriage, and was prepared to give her a good impression. Otherwise, why would she still care so much? After Guan Axan went to the washroom, she started changing her clothes. It wasn't exactly revealing, but it was still a weird outfit. Guan Axan, on the other hand, started applying makeup and dyeing her hair. She'd bought a hairspray online that could dye her hair faster. Although Guan Axan usually didn't dress up, she had practiced at home for a long time. After dressing up like this, she had become a delinquent girl. After everything was done, Guan Axan called Lin Yi. Lin Yi, where are you? Guan Axan asked anxiously. My dad has taken me to Starlight Resplendence Hotel for a blind date. We're at the 3rd floor Shiyuan Hall. When are you coming? Guan Xiaoxiang chose the Shiyuan Hall as the location for the blind date for a reason. It was to let them cherish this fate. I'm already on my way. I'll be there soon. Lin Yi said, I'll give you a surprise later. I'll give you a surprise too. Guan Xian's dressing today was a bit too exaggerated. Even she almost couldn't recognize herself. The surprise that Lin Yi mentioned was that she would find out that her blind date partner was Lin Yi. And Guan Xian's surprise was that she felt that her dressing up was too successful. Lin Yi and Shen Yushi didn't come together. They went their separate ways. Shen Yushi had arrived in Songshan City last night and stayed at Starlight Resplendence Hotel. She only needed to come downstairs. Therefore, not long after Guan Xiaoxiang arrived, Shen Yushi came to the private room. Sister-in-law Yushi, hello. I haven't seen you for many years. You're still so beautiful. No wonder Brother Yang was infatuated with you in the past. Guan Xiaoxiang quickly stood up and greeted Shen Yushi familiarly. Shen Yushi's face was slightly red. She knew that Guan Xiaoxiang was just being polite. She was indeed beautiful, but she wasn't infatuated with him. She was the one who chased him in the past. Thinking about the past, Shen Yushi was a little embarrassed. She glared at Guan Xiaoxiang and said, There's a junior here. Don't talk nonsense. I won't talk anymore. When Guan Xiaoxiang heard Shen Yushi say junior, he remembered that Guan Axan was still in the bathroom. She had been in there for so long. Why hadn't she come out yet? He was a little anxious and shouted in the direction of the bathroom, Xin, how is it on your side? Your auntie Shin is here. Why aren't you coming out? Dad, I'm going out now. I'm smoking in the bathroom. Guan Axan said in the bathroom, I'm addicted to smoking. I'm afraid that I'll smoke auntie Shin if I go out. As Guan Axan spoke, she took out a prop cigarette that she bought online from her bag. This cigarette was made like a real one. You could puff out a cloud of smoke with one puff, but it didn't contain any cigarette content. After all, it was used for filming TV. What? Guan Xiaoxiang's face suddenly changed. He was stunned. Smoking? How did Guan Axan smoke? When did she smoke? Since she was young, Guan Axan had been a good girl. She didn't smoke or drink. Could it be that she learned to smoke during this period of time when she studied medicine? That can't be right. That person is also a highly respected professor at a university in Donghai. How could he teach Guan Axan to smoke? Shen Yushi was also stunned. Her understanding of Guan Axan was completely from Guan Xiaoxiang's side of the information. However, when she came today, she heard that Guan Axan was smoking. It really shocked Shen Yushi. Chapter 3464. Guan Axian. Come out. Guan Xiaoxiang was enraged, like an enraged lion. He felt extremely humiliated. Guan Axian wasn't afraid at all as she listened to her father's roar. If her father didn't get angry, then he wouldn't have achieved his goal. She proudly glanced at her current appearance in the mirror. Her originally neatly combed hair had now turned into a messy hairstyle. She had even sprayed purple paint on it. Her heavy smoky makeup and large earrings made her look exactly the same as those delinquent girls on the streets. Even if you don't let me cook at home, Guan Axian can still scare my blind date away. Oh, my stomach isn't feeling too good. What's the rush? I didn't have my period this month, so I'll go see what's wrong. Guan Axian said as she pushed the door open and walked out of the bathroom. What nonsense is this? Guan Xiaoxiang's face darkened. He hadn't seen his daughter for a while, but Guan Axian's words had become so bold. Was it because of the side effects of being a nurse? Xiaoxiang was a shareholder of the hospital, so he knew that the nurses and doctors interacted with patients every day. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. He could say anything he wanted, but wasn't Guan Axian studying medicine at someone else's house? Why? But he didn't have time to think about it. When Guan Xiaoxiang saw Guan Axian's current appearance, he was shocked. Axian, what are you wearing? Go wash it off. You look so scary. Are you attending a masquerade party? Wash it off. Why? I look like this usually, why do I have to wash it off? Guan Axian's lips curved into a smile, but she hid it well. Dad, didn't you say? That blind date is to show my true self. I can't change myself just for the blind date, right? You. Guan Xiaoxiang finally understood what Guan Axian was playing at. The so-called smoking, the bold and unrestrained words, and the current hipster attire, were probably all to resist this blind date. Otherwise, if Guan Axian really did look like this, then why didn't she dress like this at home? Why did she have to dress like this in the bathroom? Guan Xiaoxiang realized that he had fallen into Guan Axian's trap. No wonder Guan Axian was so cooperative when she came to the blind date. She had everything planned out. The killer move was yet to come. This must be Auntie Shin, right? Guan Axian took a puff of the cigarette and sprayed the smoke in front of Shin Yushi. Aw. I'm sorry, Auntie. Do you want one? I don't want it anymore. Shin Yushi looked at Guan Axian with a strange expression, but she didn't say anything in the end. Guan Axian. Stop messing around and quickly apologize to Auntie Shin. Guan Xiaoxiang was so angry that he roared at Guan Axian. Then, he turned his head and looked at Shin Yushi awkwardly. Sister-in-law Yushi, I'm really sorry. Shin, she's not usually like this. Oh, it's nothing. My disciple also has this character. They are quite similar. Maybe they can be a couple. Shin Yushi suddenly said, since they are all dressed up, let's go. Shin is right, it's the truth. This. All right. Guan Xiaoxiang felt a headache coming on. This was truly a failure at a crucial moment. But since Shin Yushi said so, he could only respond, well, I hope this marriage can be facilitated. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Please come in. Guan Xiaoxiang and Shin Yushi said at the same time. Lin Yi pushed the door and walked in. He came from Donghai City, so he was a little slower. Lin Yi. What are you doing here? Guan Xiaoxiang's face instantly became even uglier. It seemed that Guan Axian not only dressed up as a non-mainstream girl today, but she also dragged Lin Yi along. Guan Xiaoxiang didn't have to think to know that he was here to act as a boyfriend. He had to stop Lin Yi. He had to drive him away before Shin Yushi's disciple came. After listening to this, Shin Yushi's expression was a little strange. Why? Guan Xiaoxiang knows Lin Yi, and their relationship doesn't seem to be very pleasant. However, Lin Yi knows Guan Xian. If Lin Yi saw Guan Xian's outfit, how would he react? Of course, I'm here to look for someone. Lin Yi smiled slightly and then walked quickly in the direction of Guan Xian. When Guan Xian saw Lin Yi coming, she suddenly looked happy. She quickly stood up and threw herself into Lin Yi's arms. My dear, you're here. I missed you so much. Guan Xian's words were both true and false. She didn't know that she would say such a bold thing. However, half of it was acting, and the other half was her own heart. After listening to Guan Xian's words, Shin Yushi's expression was even more strange. Guan Xiaoxiang was furious. He couldn't care less about Shin Yushi. He slammed the table and glared at Lin Yi. He shouted angrily, Lin Yi, you are not welcome here. You should leave now. However, Guan Xian acted as if she didn't hear it. She snuggled sweetly in Lin Yi's arms. She looked at Shin Yushi and said, Auntie Shin, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Lin Yi. Oh, hello, little Yi. Shin Yushi nodded and said. Guan Xian was a little puzzled why Shin Yushi wasn't angry, but it might be because she had information about this blind date. She knew that her disciple could get engaged. Xiaoxiang couldn't take it anymore. Xian, stop messing around. Lin Yi, I know Xian hired you to put on a show, so stop messing around. What do you say for my father's sake? Lin Yi asked. However, before Lin Yi could speak, Guan Xian was unwilling first. Dad, I have freedom to love. You can't interfere with me. Besides, the little brat kicked me again. As she spoke, Guan Xian's hand touched her lower abdomen. Her face was excited and intoxicated. What did you say? Guan Xiaoxiang was shocked by Guan Xian's words. After a moment, his body couldn't stop trembling. He pointed at Guan Xian and was so angry that he couldn't speak. You guys. Good, very good. Guan Xian, you and him have already reached such a stage. You want to anger me to death. Really? Let me hear it. Then, let's give the child a name. I say, how about Lin Xiaoxin or Lin Xiaoguan? Lin Yi said with a smile, ignoring Guan Xiaoxiang. Chapter 3465. With today's opportunity, Lin Yi also wanted to make Guan Xiaoxiang suffer a setback. Guan Xiaomin would be very happy if he knew about it. He really couldn't do anything about his son. He didn't listen to others, but he listened to his benefactor's words. What made Lin Yi feel funny was that Guan Xiaoxiang's benefactor was actually his own master, Yang Ming. Okay, husband. If it's a boy, I'll call him Lin Xiaoguan. If it's a girl, I'll call her Lin Xiaoxian. Guan Xian pulled Lin Yi's hand. Her whole body was half lying in Lin Yi's arms. For Guan Xian, this was an extremely bold move. In the past, she would never have thought that she would do this in front of so many people. But since it was an act, Guan Xian could let it go. In fact, in her heart, there was some excitement brought by doing this. She felt a little strange excitement. It turned out that sometimes, a good girl rebelling once was also very refreshing. It's really unfortunate for our family. Sister-in-law Yushi, I've let you see a joke. Guan Xiaoxiang really didn't know what to say. He really had nothing to say. No, I think it's quite good. They both like each other. It's really not bad. Shin Yushi covered her mouth and chuckled. However, this smile, in Guan Xiaoxiang's eyes, became mockery, making him a little embarrassed. He took a deep breath and said, Lin Yi, I'm begging you now, can't you get out of here right now? Xinshin's blind date is coming soon. Give me this face. Today's blind date will go smoothly. I don't care about the result, okay? When the time comes, I won't care about what you and Xinshin want. Is that okay? Guan Xiaoxiang really had no other choice, so he chose to compromise. In any case, today's face had to be preserved. He couldn't let his benefactor's disciples see his daughter like this. It was really too disrespectful. Now that he let Lin Yi go, after today, he didn't intend to care anymore. A grown girl couldn't be kept at home. That was the logic behind it. Then, Lin Yi turned to look at Guan Xian. Lin Yi. Why don't we listen to my dad? Guan Xian was a good girl after all. She might have been fighting for her love, but she felt that it was too much. Her goal was achieved now that her father was willing to compromise. He couldn't go overboard. And, that's fine. I'll take my leave first. Call me if there's anything. Lin Yi nodded and said to Guan Xiaoxiang, Uncle Guan, since you are so insistent, I will leave first. See you later. All right. Guan Xiaoxiang snorted. He thought to himself, I'll see you later, but I won't be able to see you for a while. Wait until I'm gone before you show up again. Don't let me see you again. Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything. He got up and walked to the door of the private room. Shen Yushi felt a little funny. However, he didn't try to persuade them to stay. Instead, he was happy to watch this farce. When Lin Yi left, Guan Xiaoxiang breathed a sigh of relief and said to Shen Yushi, Sister-in-law Yushi, you see, this Xinshin is also disobedient. I'm afraid this marriage. I think Xinshin is quite good. I'm quite satisfied. With Shen Yushi's shrewdness, how could she not see the problem between Guan Xian and Lin Yi? Besides, although she didn't smoke, Yang Ming smoked. Wouldn't she know the smell of smoke if she hadn't smoked before? The smoke that Guan Xian exhaled just now didn't have the smell of tobacco at all. It was obviously a tasteless prop. Besides, how was that considered smoking? Even if she inhaled the smoke into her mouth and exhaled it for a while, it wouldn't pass through her lungs. This wasn't smoking at all. It was just that Guan Xiaoxiang was too concerned, so he didn't notice these details. Besides, if Guan Xian was really pregnant with Lin Yi's child, could Lin Yi not tell her? It was all because Guan Xian refused to marry that she caused all this trouble. Satisfied. Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned. But, Guan Xian is already pregnant. This blind date. That's just right. It's a forced marriage. Shen Yushi smiled and said, it's also quite good. Guan Xiaoxiang completely didn't understand Shen Yushi's intention. Is she confused from anger or what? Forced marriage. This is clearly the rhythm of becoming a father. Can her disciple accept it? However, since Shen Yushi said so, he had to say, then. Sister-in-law Yushi, you ask when the benefactor's disciple will arrive. Let's meet first and talk about it. Guan Xian's face was a little pale. She thought that after she had done so many things, Shen Yushi would have given up on her. She didn't expect that she still wanted a forced marriage. Could it be that their family has a special hobby? Or, where did I expose myself? Okay, I will make a call. Shen Yushi smiled and took out her phone. Then, she dialed Lin Yi's phone number. Where are you? Your Uncle Guan is looking for you. Oh, you are in the hotel. Come in quickly. Lin Yi didn't leave at all. He just went out for a walk and came back. He knocked on the door, and Shen Yushi's voice came from inside, please come in. So, Lin Yi pushed the door and walked in. Lin Yi. Guan Xiaoxiang was about to get up and welcome him. As a result, he saw Lin Yi, who pushed the door and came in. He was a little anxious. Why is it you again? Why are you here again? Master's wife Shin, Uncle Guan, hello. Lin Yi smiled and said to Shin Yushi and Guan Xiaoxiang. Then, he turned to look at Guan Xian. This is my blind date, Guan Xian. She is really beautiful. I like her very much. Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned, but then he understood what was going on. Lin Yi, stop fooling around. I have said that when the blind date is over, you can do whatever you want. But you came back. Is it interesting to pretend to be sister-in-law Yushi's disciple? Do you think this is funny? Little Yi, Master's wife, is also quite satisfied with Xin. I have also seen her. Although her dressing is a bit different, and she likes to smoke a fake cigarette for fun, but, overall, she is still good. There are no shortcomings. Young people love to play. When I was young, I did a lot of ridiculous things. Shin Yushi spoke at this time. Ah. This time, it was Guan Xiaoxiang's turn to be dumbfounded. Guan Xian also looked at Shin Yushi with a dumbfounded look. What does this mean? Does she mean that Lin Yi is her disciple? Is he also the blind date this time? This 180-degree turn was something that the two of them could not accept. After a while, Guan Xiaoxiang said, Sister-in-law Yushi, you mean? Lin Yi is, yeah, Lin Yi is Yang Ming's disciple. Shin Yushi nodded.